start with the schedule if you have that in your hands, but if not, that's okay. Yesterday, what we did is we cover the course syllabus requirements, the class structures. Then we start with the introduction to the Chinese Tipitaka, with the introduction and also, the comparison. Then we start with introduction to Agama Nikaya. And we finish one of the sutta, which is SN 22.57. I don't have it in front of me, but what we did, what we are going to do today is in the morning, we'll continue with the Agama Nikaya. Excuse me, with another sutra called MN18, which is called the Honeyball Sutra. So we'll go over that with reading and discussion, and that's it in the morning. But this sutra, it's pretty long, and then we have a lot of information that we like to share. In the afternoon, we'll start, and then Q&A discussion will be in the morning. So hopefully by 11 o'clock this morning, we'll start our Q&A. So the Q&A probably will refer back to what we have learned yesterday and this morning, the MN18. So in the afternoon, we'll start introduction to Prajna Paramita. I schedule 1 hour of introduction. I'm not sure if that's enough or not, but we'll try it. Then we'll start with the Daoxing Bora, the 8,000 verses of Prajna Paramita. So that would be, I'll show you guys the book by Edward Combs. But the passage, we're not going to read the entire book, but I selected some of the passages from the book, which I think I think that we should know, because it's very similar to the Heart Sutra. And also, it's got the ingredient of the Diamond Sutra. So we'll do that in the afternoon. There is no question or discussion section in the afternoon, because I'm saving all the Q&A and discussion the week after. So on the 15th, after we finish the entire Prajna Paramita. So we'll do that. Today we will start with MN18. Trying to pull the slide up. So we went through all those. Okay, we'll do that in the discussion, because I have something that we finished the 2257 with the direct no. Then today, that's where we are. Is everybody ready for that?
Sure.
Okay.
But before you start, can you tell me where these or what you labeled these PDFs?
Yeah.
What are those labeled?
Okay. The one that I'm showing is NA-1.
Okay.
It says Nikaya Agama. Can you find it?
I will.
Eventually.
I think I downloaded that, but I thought it was only one page. That's okay. Go ahead and start. I'll find it.
Okay, it's from last night.
Oh,
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was just uploaded
I
last
just
night at
uploaded it.
9:48, way past my bedtime.
Oh,
9:48. Okay, I had 8:44. Let me look. Let me see if I can find that one. That's all right. Go ahead and I'll find it.
Okay, so this sutta, it's a pretty long sutta. So when I gave a talk on this, I based on Bhikkhu Bodhi's version, but oh, by the way, the two suttas, SN 22.57 and also this MN 18, when I uploaded, I used both Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation and Thanissaro's translation. Also, I included the Pali in the file. So just in case anybody would like to read in Pali, then that would be good too. So what I am going to, I would say let's stay with Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation because that's what we did yesterday for the SN 22.57. So today with the Sutta 18, the honey ball, we will stick with the Bodhi's translation, which is on your Word file. It's page number 6. Can anybody find it? I'll wait till everybody finds it. Let me know.
I'm juggling a few things, so but I'll find it.
Okay, because I need somebody to read it.
Okay. I asked for you to start your webcam, unless you're just not wanting it on.
Is it not on?
Your webcam, no. Your screen share's on. Your webcam's not.
Oh. How about that?
There we go.
Okay. So I need somebody to read. It's like 1, 2, 3, about 3 pages. Francesca, would you like to read? Or
yes, we're reading MN 18.
MN 18, page 6. It's Bhikkhu Bodhi's version of translation.
And my file is 6 pages long. Hang on. Oh, no, there it is. It's still displaying on my screen here.
Okay.
Ah, here we are.
Okay. So you want to read the entire sutta, or you want to share reading?
Probably we can share reading.
Okay. And Lee, can you share some of the reading?
When he finds.
I've
Okay.
got it. I could do that.
Okay. Are we ready? Thus have I heard. On one occasion, the Blessed One was living in the Sakyan country at Kapilavatthu in Nigroda's park. 2. Then, when it was morning, the Blessed One dressed and taking his bowl and outer robe, went into Kapilavatthu for alms. When he had wandered for alms in Kapilavatthu and had returned from his alms round, after his meal he went to the great wood for the day's abiding, and entering the great wood, sat down at the root of a bilva sapling for the day's abiding. Dandapani, the Sakyan, while walking and wandering for exercise, also went to the great wood, and when he had entered the great wood, he went to the bilva sapling where the Blessed One was, and exchanged greetings with him. When his courteous and amiable talk was finished, he stood at one side, leaning on his stick, and asked the Blessed One, "What does the recluse assert? What does he proclaim?" "Friend, I assert and proclaim such a teaching that one does not quarrel with anyone in the world, with its gods, its maras, and its brahmas. In this generation, with its recluses and brahmins, its princes and people, such a teaching that perceptions no more underlie that Brahman who abides detached from sensual pleasures, without perplexity, shorn of worry, free from craving for any kind of being." When this was said, Dandapani the Sakyan shook his head, wagged his tongue, and raised his eyebrows until his forehead was puckered in 3 lines. Then he departed, leaning on his stick. Then, when it was evening, the Blessed One rose from meditation and went to Nigroda's park, where he sat down on a seat made ready for him and told the bhikkhus what had taken place. Then a certain bhikkhu asked the Blessed One, "But Venerable Sir, what is the teaching that the Blessed One asserts, whereby one does not quarrel with anyone in the world, with its gods, its maras, and its brahmas? In this generation, with its recluses and brahmins, its princes and its people? And Venerable Sir, how is it that perceptions no more underlie that Brahman who abides detached from sensual pleasures, without perplexity, shorn of worry, free from craving for any kind of being?" Bhikkhus, as to the source through which perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a man, if nothing is found there to delight in, welcome and hold to, this is the end of the underlying tendency to lust, of the underlying tendency to aversion, of the underlying tendency to views, of the underlying tendency to doubt, of the underlying tendency to conceit, of the underlying tendency to desire for being, of the underlying tendency to ignorance. This is the end of resorting to rods and weapons, of quarrels, brawls, disputes, recrimination, malice, and false speech. Here these evil, unwholesome states cease without remainder. That is what the Blessed One said. Having said this, the Sublime One rose from his seat and went into his dwelling. Then, soon after the Blessed One had gone, the bhikkhus considered, "Now, friends, the Blessed One has risen from his seat and gone into his dwelling after giving a summary in brief without expounding the detailed meaning. Now who will expound this in detail?" Then they considered, the Venerable Mahakachana is praised by the teacher and esteemed by his wise companions in the holy life. He is capable of expounding the detailed meaning. Suppose we went to him and asked him the meaning of this. Then the bhikkhus went to the Venerable Mahakachana and exchanged greetings with him. When this courteous and amiable talk was finished, they sat down to one side and told him what had taken place, adding, "Let the Venerable Mahakachana expound it to us." The Venerable Mahakachana replied, "Friends, it is as though a man needing heartwood, seeking heartwood, wandering in search of heartwood, thought that heartwood should be sought for among the branches and leaves of a great tree standing possessed of heartwood, and after he had passed over the root, the honeyball, and the trunk. And so it is with you, Venerable Sirs, that you think that I should be asked about the meaning of this, after you passed the Blessed One by when you were face to face with the teacher. For knowing, the Blessed One knows. Seeing, he sees. He is vision, he is knowledge, he is the Dhamma, he is the Holy One, he is the sayer, the proclaimer, the elucidator of meaning, the giver of the deathless, the Lord of the Dhamma, the Tathagata. That was the time when you should have asked the Blessed One the meaning. As he told you, so should you have remembered it. Surely, friend Kachana, knowing, the Blessed One knows, seeing, he sees, he is vision, the Tathagata. That was the time when we should have asked the Blessed One the meaning. As he told us, so we should have remembered it. Yet the Venerable Mahakachana is praised by the teacher and esteemed by his wise companions in the holy life. The Venerable Mahakachana is capable of expounding the detailed meaning of this summary given in brief by the Blessed One without expounding the detailed meaning. Let the Venerable Mahakachana expound it without finding it troublesome. Then listen, friends, and attend closely to what I shall say. Yes, friend, the bhikkhus replied. The Venerable Mahakachana said this. Friends, when the Blessed One rose from his seat and went into his dwelling, after giving a summary in brief without expounding the detailed meaning, that is, bhikkhus, as to the source through which perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a man, if nothing is found there to delight in, welcome, and hold to, this is the end of the underlying tendency to lust. This is the end of resorting to rods and weapons. Here, these evil, unwholesome states cease without remainder. I understand the detailed meaning of it to be as follows.
Do you want Lee to share? Would you like? Lee, did you find a?
I can't find it.
Okay. Lee, I uploaded it to the Zoom chat. It's NA-3 reading 2 MN18.docx on page 6.
Okay.
So,
David, can you do it?
Which we're now in 7.
Yeah, the reading started on page 6.
Yeah, I was trying to find an end of a paragraph.
We're at 15, right? Friends,
no,
when the blessed
16, right? We start at 16, right?
16, okay.
Yeah.
Dependent on the I and forms, I consciousness arises. The meeting of the three is contact. With contact as condition, there is feeling. What one feels, that one perceives. What one perceives, that one thinks about. What one thinks about, that one mentally proliferates. With that one as mentally proliferated as the source, perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a man with respect to past, future, and present forms, cognizable through the I. On anyway, dependent on the ear and sounds, dependent on the nose and odors, dependent on the tongue and flavors, dependent on the body and tangibles, and dependent on the mind and mind objects, mind consciousness arises. The meeting of the three is contact. With contact as condition, there is feeling. What one feels, that one perceives. What one perceives, that one thinks about. What one thinks about, that one mentally proliferates. With what one has mentally proliferated as a source, perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a man with respect to past, future, and present mind objects cognizable through the mind. When there is the I, a form and I consciousness, it is possible to point out the manifestation of contact. When there is a manifestation of contact, it is possible to point out the manifestation of feeling. When there is a manifestation of feeling, it is possible to point out the manifestation of perception. When there is the manifestation of perception, it is possible to point out the manifestation of thinking. When there is a manifestation of thinking, it is possible to point out the manifestation of being beset by perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation. When there is the ear, a sound, and ear consciousness. When there is the nose, an odor, and nose consciousness. When there is the tongue, a flavor, and tongue consciousness. When there is a body, a tangible and body consciousness. When there is the mind, a mind object, and mind consciousness. It is possible to point out manifestation of being beset by perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation. When there is no I, no form, and no I consciousness, it is impossible to point out the manifestation of contact. When there is no manifestation of contact, it is impossible to point out manifestation of feeling. When there is no manifestation of feeling, it is impossible to point out the manifestation of thinking. When there is no manifestation of thinking, it is impossible to point out the manifestation of being beset by perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation. When there is no ear, no sound, and no ear consciousness, then when there is no nose, no odor, and no nose consciousness. The honey ball, 205. Okay, that's the reference, right? Okay.
Yeah,
When there is no tongue, no flavor, and no tongue consciousness, when there is no body, no tangible, and no body consciousness, when there is no mind object, and no mind consciousness, it is impossible to point out the manifestation of being beset by perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation. Friends, when the Blessed One rose from his seat and went into his dwelling, and giving a summary in brief, without expounding the detailed meaning, that is, bhikkhus, as to the source through which perceptions and notions tinged by mental proliferation beset a man. If nothing is found there to delight in, welcome and hold to, this is the end of the underlying tendency to lust, of the underlying tendency to aversion, of the underlying tendency to views, of the underlying tendency to doubt, of the underlying tendency to conceit, of the underlying tendency to desire for being, and of the underlying tendency to ignorance. This is the end of resorting to rods and weapons, of quarrels, brawls, disputes, recrimination, malice, and false speech. Here, these evil, unwholesome states cease without remainder. I understand the detailed meaning of this summary to be thus. Now, friends, if you wish, go to the Blessed One and ask him about the meaning of this. As the Blessed One explains it to you, so you should remember it. Then the bhikkhus, having delighted and rejoiced in the Venerable Mahakachana's words, rose from their seats and went to the Blessed One. After paying homage to him, they sat down at one side and told the Blessed One all that had taken place after he had left, adding, "Then, Venerable Sir, we went to the Venerable Mahakachana and asked him about the meaning. The Venerable Mahakachana expounded this meaning to us with these terms, statements, and phrases. Mahakachana is wise, bhikkhus. Mahakachana has great wisdom. If you had asked me the meaning of this, I would have explained it to you in the same way that Mahakachana has explained it. Such is the meaning of this, and so you should remember it." When this was said, the Venerable Ananda said to the Blessed One, "Venerable Sir, just as if a man exhausted by hunger and weakness came upon a honey ball in the course of eating it, he would find a sweet, delectable flavor. So too, Venerable Sir, any able-minded bhikkhu, in the course of scrutinizing with wisdom the meaning of this discourse on the Dhamma, would find satisfaction and confidence of mind. Venerable Sir, what is the name of this discourse on the Dhamma? As to that, Ananda, you may remember this discourse on the Dhamma as the Honeyball Discourse." That is what the Blessed One said. The Venerable Ananda was satisfied and delighted in the Blessed One's words.
Thank you. Thank you, friend. So, what do you guys think about well, there are some footnotes by Bhikkhu Bodhi, but, let's save that, and come back to it later if we cannot figure it out. Is there any question so far after, hearing the sutta? Any comment?
So I wonder why they didn't ask the Buddha about the meaning.
That's a good question. That's a very good question. Let me get back to the screen sharing and then.
Were they afraid? Afraid to ask a question?
Afraid to ask the question.
Too much in awe of being in his presence that they forgot.
Okay. Anybody had any answer at all? I'm trying to go to the chat, but doesn't look like it allows me to.
Click the more up at the top. I think yours is. So if you put your mouse up at the top, you see the little 3 dots. It says more.
Oh, okay.
And then you should see chat. But there's nothing exciting in there just yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, it seems to touch on direct knowing again. Directly knowing. Without the experience, you can't know directly.
Okay.
The no eye consciousness, no manifestation of perception, no contact, no manifestation of feeling.
Okay. Let's start with Mahakachana. What do you guys think about Mahakachana? No idea.
I like that. He says, "Hey, why didn't you ask the Buddha?" He was right there. You wait and ask me.
Yeah. Well,
Go to the source, guys.
The Mahakachana, Venerable Mahakachana, is actually given a title called the Master of Exposition of the Dhamma by the Buddha. Okay, so and this title was given by the Buddha to him. So he is supposed to be the master of exposition of the Dhamma. So what happened is, in this occasion, a Brahmin from Buddha's own country, came to him and asked the question. In that occasion, there were fights and quarrels among those non-Buddhist sects. So this Brahmin got frustrated and came to the Buddha and asked, what are you teaching bhikkhu or recluse? So in a very impolite manner. Then the Buddha gave him the sermon. Now, this sermon is supposed to be, it's called a honey ball, but it's an analysis of conflict and the cause of conflict. So the core is to analyze why, analyze the conflict and why those conflicts arise. So even though it's called a honey ball. So Buddha just very shortly this is the style we have to understand how Buddha expound his discourse. Sometimes he will go into a very detailed, very long discourse. Sometimes he will just utter a verse and let the disciples figure it out, ponder on it, investigate it. So it happened that in this occasion, the Buddha decided to just say a few words and turned around. I don't know why, because the sutta didn't tell why, but because this is a sutta called Mahakashana Sutta, the Honeyball Sutta. So maybe he know that Mahakachana is there, and it would be he or maybe he's tired. Okay, so he just returned to his quarter. So this is not very unusual when the Buddha gave a sermon, gave a discourse, and let his great disciples to explain it. For example, he had occasions like let Sariputra or Moggallana or Anuruddha to explain what the meaning of his saying. So Sariputra and Mahakachana are those two very frequently by the other, ask questions by the other disciples. Now they do share, and this is from Bhikkhu Bodhi's explanation. They do share similar techniques. Both of them like to use systematic analysis to explain the meaning. Sariputra would start with a specific topic. Say, okay, if this time the Buddha is going to talk about the Four Noble Truths, so he would start with the Four Noble Truths and then explain it, explain the Buddha's teaching based on those topics. That's his style. Now, Mahakachana, on the other hand, would begin with the Buddha's utterance or verses, and then unfold each statement. So that's the two styles by different disciples. Now, Buddha, we know that he is a very, very skillful teacher that almost nobody can match up his skillfulness, especially in resolving conflicts. I would like to share with you one story about how he shared the conflicts. One time, a Brahmin, again, he's a Brahmin leader. So he used to have a lot of followers following him. But then all of a sudden, he found out that the entire family just went to the Buddha and paid homage and learn under the Buddha. So a lot of his followers would go to the Buddha and become the Buddha's disciple. So he was very, very upset. So he decided to, including his own family. So he decided to go and argue with the Buddha and challenge him. He made up his mind that I'm not going to let my anger subside. I am going to keep this anger with me so that, I can lash my anger on to the Buddha. So he keep on, cursing. So when he arrived to the Buddha, he's really furious and very frustrated. So he just, get very angry with the Buddha without stopping. So he said to the Buddha that I'm not going to listen to you. You don't say anything to me. I just want to bring my anger and lash lash out on you. The Buddha said that, very calmly, that I would like to just ask one question. He said, okay, you ask. So the Buddha said that, do you have a lot of visitors? He said, of course, I have a lot of followers. And when they come and visit you, do they bring presents? And the Brahmin said that, of course, they bring me a lot of presents. And then the Buddha asked, if they bring you the present and you don't want it, how do you do it? Then I return it to them. So the Buddha said, you came to me with this cursing and anger as a present. I'm not going to take it. So you can keep it. So this is one of the way he resolved the, instead of arguing, that's the way he resolved the problem. So this is just a demonstration. It's not that the Buddha don't have the answer, but I think he would like to, Mahakachana to explain it. Now, this occasion, he is in his homeland, Kapilavatthu. So I'm not sure if, he doesn't want to confront or, explain or whatever in there, but, it just happened that Mahakachana was there to help him with that. The entire sutta, it's not a very short one, it's not just a few lines, which I have seen that there are suttas just like 3 or 4 lines. This one, there is a key concept in here. And I think, since we have been practicing for a while, it shouldn't be strange or like not hear about this, the term called papancha. Have anybody heard about that or not heard about that before? I like your cat, so cute. Jeff. So anybody not hear the term papancha before? Everybody heard about that?
I've heard of this word before. It's been a while, so could you please remind me what papancha means? I kind of forgot.
Okay. The translation into English is called mental proliferation. One example is like, say if we are meditating and you hear the dog bark. So at the beginning, I say that, okay, the dog barks. I'm not going to pay attention to the dog because I'm meditating. So you keep on, meditating. But the dog won't stop. So keep barking, barking, barking. And finally, you can't stand it. And your mind will say that, yeah, I'm meditating, but it's very annoying. The dog is disturbing me. So the mind, the thoughts start, instead of paying attention to the breath, it start to go outward to the dog. Why couldn't it stop? Is he hungry? Then the next thought would come like, whose dog is that? Why can't, them stop the dog barking? Shall I go out and, talk to them? But the dog won't stop, keep barking. The next thought will come up like, my goodness, should I take out my gun? So this kind of thought keep going and going and going and going. So when I am doing the Dharma talk, and I see, a cup of water, Chill just gave me a cup of water. So when I look at the cup of water, and I look at it, I said, oh, it says May, Lily of the Valley. That's on the cup. Where did I buy it? Oh, it's in that location. We went to Smoky Mountain. When did we go to Smoky Mountain? Is it in a summer day? No, it's in the winter. Wow, it was so cold there. Oh, I wish I was in Hong Kong because the weather is so good. Oh, Hong Kong, how about have a bowl of wonton noodle soup? See how the mind goes, it never stops. From one thing, jumping to another, jumping to another, jumping to another. And I forgot that I'm doing a Dharma talk here. Okay. That's what mental proliferation goes. Sometimes it just goes so wild, it's totally unrelated to what you are doing at this point. Okay. But there are conditions, what we call the sequence of papancha. If you look at the screen, I have a map drawn up. So at the beginning, we'll take the eye as an example. I have my eyeball, they are intact. It's functioning with the lens and everything. So, and then I look at the computer in front of me, and the eyeball won't do anything because it's a physical form. But when my eyeball come in contact, that's one contact, okay? Contact means differently in different area. So when my eye let me not use the word contact. When my eyeball touch the screen, or not touch is not a good word. Come across, how about? Okay. My eyeball won't do anything. Except after that, it arises something called the eye faculty. Eye faculty, it's a physical form that we cannot see with our naked eye. Same as our tongue, our nose, our ear. Okay, we have those invisible faculties that is a physical form. So when that faculty functions, something called contact start. Okay, take it back, one more step back. When the eyeball come across an object externally, stimulate the faculty of the eye to function, then give rise to what we call the eye consciousness. Three things together: the eye faculty, the external object, and then the eye consciousness. Three things meet together, give rise to something called contact actually happen. So that is the time when contact actually happened. Then when the contact actually happened, immediately our sixth consciousness of differentiation, perception will function and give rise to the feeling. I see this screen, it's too bright. I don't like it. I'm going to turn the light down. Feeling arises. Then perception. Where does perception come from? Perception is an evaluation. Evaluation based on what? Based on our experience. Okay, so that happened. Then we start to think about it. Okay, I like, I don't like, you know, this is the screen, this is what is the, you know, what we label as a cup, this is, you know, what is annoying me, this is what really I like, you know, satisfying me. Then we think about that. We think about that, then kick off the process of papancha. So far, okay? Question? If we're okay with that, that means we know, you know, how our internal, well, I call it internal, it's not really inside the body, but, you know, internal means, you know, this 5 aggregates. When we touch, come across to the object outside, that will stimulate the function of our internal faculty, eye faculty, ear faculty, nose faculty, you know, so on and so forth. Then that faculty will start to give rise or kick on the function of the consciousness of that specific sense door. Okay. The example I just gave, the ear, we're meditating. Our sense door are coming down to a very calm and quiet status. But then because our ear hear a sound, it's just, I hear something. Shouldn't use the word even hear, because my ear touches something outside. Then my ear faculty start to function. Then that will kick on to my ear consciousness. The physical form faculty, external object, the ear consciousness. 3 things together give rise to a term called contact start. When the contact started, we hear. Okay? Now, at that time, the sound, the dog sound, I don't like because it's disturbing me. So a sensation of unpleasantness, agreeable start to arise. Then we go back to our memory bank and say that, okay, this is something called the dog's barking, and I don't like it. Let me see what I can do with it. Then the thinking process start. Now, when the thinking process starts, papancha starts. Papancha starts, that means we can do a lot of things, okay? We can decide to avoid it. So that is a decision by the 6th consciousness. After perception, volition start. Volition is when we started, shall I do anything or shall I not do anything? Shall I keep on bringing my breath to my meditation, or shall I go and get a gun? Okay, so when volition starts, it's almost, you know, on the process of no returning. So the 12th link of depending origination, there are a lot, it's a chain, a link, you know, chain, you know, one section linking to another, you know, and then it's circle, circle, circle. Where to cut off this link of samsara, circle of rebirth? One way, the contact bound to be there, okay? The feeling when contact start, no way that, you know, it's a river of no return, that feeling will start, perception will start. It's the time when volition, the sankhara, volition, start to decide to do anything about it. Like, shall I keep on meditating or shall I go and get a gun? That is this time that, we can check that. Is that a wholesome action? Is an unwholesome action? Mentally, not physical or verbal yet. That's the time we can cut off the craving, cut off the aversion. Ignorance we cannot cut off until we're fully enlightened. Okay, we can try to practice to at least minimize. So that is the process of papancha. Now, the papancha, if you look at, see if I can get that picture on my screen also. Okay. Okay, if you look at, the chart that I have with the mental proliferation, you can see that there are three things that, is based on. First of all, when I hear the dog barks, there is one thing. It's called the I, the capital with the capital I. Okay. I hear. As versus to, somebody else. This I. So there is a error notion of that I. And I is so important, we have to capitalize it, right? So my idea, I like, I don't like. Disturbing me, okay? So then this so-called I would go back to my thinking, okay? Going back that, oh, this is a dog, the bark of a dog, okay? I hate dogs. Not necessary, this is just an example. So why do I hate it? Oh, because I have bitten by a dog before. Those are the habitual patterns that we had in the past. Then we bring it to the present, and then it's going to continue to the future. Okay, so we're bringing, when the mental proliferation or conceptual proliferation start, it related to what we experienced before, and then bring it to right now. Okay, why? It's all because of I like, I don't like, or I don't care, neutral. Behind this I, there are three things. It's called tanha, craving. Okay. It's called mana, conceit. I'm so important. Didi, wrong view. Okay. So those are the thing that actually behind this process of mental proliferation. Any question? So if we ask, and this goes both ways, not necessarily wholesome, not necessarily unwholesome, not necessarily wholesome, neither wholesome nor unwholesome. The reason is, well, I take that back. Because once we have a differentiation that I like, I don't like, we have this conceit there already. Okay, so those three things are, I would say, on the unwholesome side. Even I like, for example, if we do dana, we do generosity. All depends on the intention. I like to help people out. Why? Because it satisfies myself. I like, right? So you don't think, so people usually, they go and do generosity or charity. They have this self-satisfaction there, even though it's not, asking or expecting any reward or return. But this satisfaction is one way of craving. Okay. At the convention level, we say it's okay because, we're trying to get rid of the unwholesome and maintain the wholesome. Okay, if we're happy to help people, it's good. But on the ultimate level, or the ultimate truth, then this kind of satisfaction, it's going to keep us go on inside, within the circle of samsara, because this I still exists. Why this I still exists? Because of ignorance. And like I just mentioned, yeah, we can, maybe eradicate craving, aversion, but this ignorance until we attain the Buddhahood. Okay. So that is why I choose this sutta to share with you. It's so important. It's so important. We know where to stop. When people say things back to you, take a deep breath. Don't let this papancha process keep going and going and going. So, because, I'm with Maba for so long, I know that this is an academic class, but I really would like to bring in the practice also, just to not only at the knowledge level, intellectual level, but we also have something to base to work on. That's my goal, not necessarily correct though. But. And then the next one is come to the more the concept side. So far, shall I stop for questions? Everybody understand?
There's a couple of questions that came up in chat.
Okay. Let me take a look. If I can get that. Okay, here we go. I need this. So volition is driving our thoughts. My fault. I didn't explain it, clearly. Volition is when the time to stop the unwholesome action. Volition is a mental action. Okay, but it's not, it's not the drive to kick on the process of papancha. the process of papancha, well, all depends on which school of thought. The function of the six consciousness, we have like the five aggregates. Remember, we have the form, what? Feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness, right? So on the form side, we call it what? Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and the mind. Mind, all depends on what you want to name it. The mind is actually the sixth consciousness. But before the sixth consciousness, the five different sense doors, they each had different consciousness. Eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, and then the body consciousness. When all these five, each one of the five come touching the external object with the condition. What condition? The eye, if there is light, color, shape, then our eye will be able to cognize, provided our physical form, the eye with eyeball, lens, and everything is intact. Then that will kick on or give rise to the eye faculty when all the conditions favorable for that faculty to, for the eye consciousness to arise. So it's just like a slow motion in a movie. My eye come across to the screen, my eye consciousness will start to function, then will give rise to my eye consciousness. So three things intact. Then contact, the process of contact will start. Okay? When that contact starts, feeling arises. I like, not even I like, I don't like. It's pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. I don't care. Okay. It's neutral. It's just a screen. Okay. Then when feeling arises, it will go to our number 6 consciousness. Okay. Remember, we have the 5 consciousness, and then we have number 6 consciousness, which is the mind consciousness. That mind consciousness will pull out information from our previous experience and say that this is a screen. It is too bright. I don't like it. Okay. Then the thinking, which is of like, it's only thinking, not even volition yet. It's thinking that, so I don't like it. What am I going to do? Okay. Then the decision is made. I am going to turn my head away from the screen. Okay. I'm going to shut down my computer. That is, all depends on which school you're talking about. Some of the school lump them together, like thinking start, then decision make, and then action, mental action. Okay, mental action, decision, what to do. 3 things, 3 process will start. That is all lumped together into volition. So in order to cut off the unwholesome action, when I see the screen, I don't like it, I'm going to smash my screen. The decision of smashing my screen is an unwholesome action. Shall I actually perform it or not? That's when you stop making the decision. I see this person, I really don't like him because he said something bad to me a long time ago. When I see him, I'm going to slap him. So that's the decision. That is the time that we can hold it. Okay? Does that answer the question?
Yes. I more narrowly than I had. It's okay. I was drilling down too deeply into a wrong direction. Is volition papanchizing? Since volition is
yes,
a decided action.
And that papanchai is even before the volition.
Okay.
When we start thinking, where?
That's
so that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense?
I was trying to wrap volition around papancha.
I see. Volition, like I said, all depends on which school, and I emphasize because, Yogacara will tell you differently. Why? Because Yogacara divided the number six consciousness into what? Into consciousness, into mana, into alaya. See? So it all depends on which school. Of course, if you talk to Madhyamika, is that everything is, conditional arising. Why are you doing that? So all depends on which school. Abhidhamma Kosa actually analyze it very detailed. We'll come to that when we do the Kosa. It's fun. It's really fun to do that.
Patty, is the 17 steps of perception, is that in the Abhidharma Kosa? And does that tie in with this?
Kosa, it's from the school of Sarvastivadin. They are verses. When it comes to Vasubandhu, he explained it. Not only that, he pointed out what's wrong with it. Okay. Abhidhamma, it's already there. The 17 steps, the 17 moments of thought, it's already included in the Abhidhamma Kosa before. So that is the original Abhidhamma. Okay. But then I understand that you guys will do the Theravadan Abhidhamma, right? Next semester. Have fun with it. I'm taking classes on it actually, a short class. So yeah, it's very detailed. My goodness, every moment of the thought, they give you, they assigned not only the timing, but there are name and forms in there. It's very, very detailed, very interesting. So, Josh, do you have a question? And the more mindfulness and clear comprehension, there is more apparent in the process, seem defining Sankara is key too. Yeah. Sankara. What is Sankara? Very good question. Am I hearing the echo?
I muted it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sankara, actually, the real meaning, the actual meaning is called action. So somebody will address it to karmic action, which we cannot say that it's wrong, it's right. because any action, any action, wholesome, unwholesome, it's going to bring effect, bring results, right? Sankhara, it's the mental action that, again, depends on which school. Some brings the result. Some say that, okay, Sankhara brings the result. One example, I hate this person. I'm going to slap him. But it's only in my mind. I didn't do any action. My hands are off. So do I bring any consequences? I was, going to kill this person, but I didn't do it. I mean, if, nobody can bring me to the court and say that, hey, she's a murderer, right? I didn't do it. I'm just thinking about it. So does it bring effect? Does it bring result or not? Yes and no. Yes, to the point that it's accumulative. Don't forget that any kind of even smaller action mentally, it's going to accumulate into our habitual pattern. If the energy, it's an energy, okay? What we call the underlying energy, 无表色. So if this kind of energy keep going, rolling like a snowball, one day, trust me, it's going to burst. Okay, so does it bring effect? Yes, internally it brings effect. But, on the conventional side, I didn't kill anybody, nobody can put me in the jail or hang me, right? Sankhara, at this point of time, is called the mental action. But the mental proliferation comes before the sankhara. Before we make any mental action or volition, the process already going. And the reason, the energy behind this process is called tanha, mana, and ditthi. Because we have the wrong view, chances are we have, the wrong mental action, because we have tanha, we have craving, then we have, this craving of chocolate inside. Because, I am so important. I want to satisfy my ego of, taking the taste of chocolate. Okay, so those are the three things behind that mental proliferation. Those are very negative. Like I said, even with a wholesome action like charity, what is the intention? Okay.
I think we're due for a break if you got time for it.
Yes. This 9:45. We come back at 10. Make sure you have questions for me.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a bit.
All right. Thank you.
Any question?
I had one, and maybe I missed it, but did we go over the Pali word for volition? Is it chetna?
Sankhara.
So sankhara for volition?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, I did write that down. All right.
I have a question. Does anyone have a useful Pali or Sanskrit definitions, like Ed Corey had asked, like a list of these Pali's terminology? Because I don't remember what papancha meant, but I do remember what mental proliferation is.
There's a
Basically,
There's a Pali English dictionary. It's really hard to go from English to Pali, but there's Pali to English online. If you just look up Pali to English dictionary in Google, you'll find a bunch. But like Chaitana does mean volition, but it also means like intention or direction. So that's why I asked for clarification. And it also is translated differently in different class or in different schools. But
Okay. But if, like, like basically, I just kind of need like notes on some of these terminology.
Yep.
And it also depends on context too, the translation.
Very good.
Yeah, but that's the same with English, right? We've got words with multiple meanings, and you got to look at context.
So it's pretty, I think in Maba, I don't know, we have talked about the papancha many, many times. But, for friends that are not familiar with, it could be a little bit, foreign to them. It would be easier, for the Chinese speakers, because Venerable Master Ancient mentioned it many times in various books. The Chinese translation of Papancha is Xi Lun. Okay, Xi Lun. So I think the most difficult part to understand would be, to me, would be the contact. When does contact actually function? So I just mentioned like the eye, the physical eyeball, the faculty. Remember I said that, faculty is actually part of the physical form, even though we cannot see it. If you guys going to study the Abhidhamma later, on the form, because Abhidhamma analyzed the 5 aggregates very clearly. On the form side, it will break down into various parts of the form, down to the 4 elements, down to, the space and then consciousness. So the faculty, I remember I even seeing the picture of the faculty. Okay, so Abhidhamma would be the area to explore if we are interested. So it has to be the physical form, which including the one that we can see, which is the eyeball, lens, or whatever, and the faculty. So that is considered the physical form. Then external object. Then the consciousness. 3 things together that will kick on the process, what we call contact. With contact, feeling is no escape. Once we have contact, we have feeling. Once we have feeling, perception started. Perception started because, perception is pulling information from what we learned before that we store in the memory bank. When that start, thinking start. Thinking start, decision start. Decision start, action start. Action start, it's going to be manifest into either verbal or physical. Okay, so to stop the unwanted or unwholesome physical or verbal action, then when it's at the mental action, then we stop the unwholesome action there. So it won't be explicit or appear into the verbal or physical action, which bring results. So the question is mental action sankhara brings results? Yes, because our mind is worked in such way that with the accumulation of unwholesome mental volition, then it's going to go into the memory bank or storage. Then that eventually it's going to snowball and roll into such a energy that it's going to burst one time, sometime. Okay, so that is, why to understand the process of papancha is so important. And then we have to understand that why, what happened that we have this kind of mental proliferation. What are the underlying spring that cause, that for unwholesome actions? It's because we have this I, okay? We have this tanha, craving. We have a wrong view. In the Eightfold Noble Path, right view is number one. Right view is the I of the other actions, the other noble path. Because, with the right view, we're going to the right direction. With the wrong view, we're going to the wrong direction. So it is very, very important that to cultivate the right view. How? Okay. Again, I'm going to repeat this again and again because, it really guides where we're going. Associate with the wise, listening to the righteous Dhamma, right? What is the next? Right thinking, consider it, ponder it accordingly, and then practice accordingly. Okay. And then we have conditions for those four. When we associate with the Dhamma, we associate with the wise, we are actually, associate with his wisdom, not the person. We are listening, associating with not the individual person, but according to what he said, the Dhamma. Okay. Then we are associating, listening to the Dhamma, it has to be the righteous Dhamma, not just any saying. That is why very careful when we search online for the teachings, make sure. Then, let's see, I'm thinking it in the Chinese. First of all, 依法不依人，依义不依依了义不依不了义. Then the thing is 如理思维. That means, when we are thinking about it, we are thinking it with the reasonable, with reasoning. Why is this right? Why is this wrong? And then practice accordingly. Okay. So those are the conditions that whatever we learn, we should keep those in mind. So let's go to, because we have time to discuss today, because I scheduled it a couple hours. 1 hour to discuss. So let's go to the next one, which is called the four knowledges. Remember that Mahakachana and also Sariputra, they use analytical skills. Okay, the sutra said, not I did, not that I said it, but the sutra said, right? Remember, they analyze. It's according to Bhikkhu Bodhi's explanation. So, what are the analytical knowledge? First of all, it's analytical knowledge of result, knowing and understanding the result. For example, the suffering is a result. Knowing suffering, it's very important, right? We have to admit there are dissatisfactions in life. Somebody won't. They just won't. They said that, life is too short. Let's just enjoy it. Okay. And then somebody would say that I'm driving a Mercedes, living in a huge mansion. My kids are going to Harvard. My husband are earning tons of money. I can go to whatever name brand store. Or, my wife is so brilliant. She's a professor in nuclear engineering. I mean, tell me what's suffering. Okay. So they don't realize that one day you're going to get sick. One day you're going to get old. Look at what's around right now with the COVID-19. Changing.
Or they might realize that they're covering up their suffering with all their consumption.
They just can't face it. Some people cannot face it. So then the next one is analyze the cause. What caused all these, to happen? Of course, on the convention level, it's like you do something bad, bad cause, bad result. Okay. So once, there is like, if I kill somebody, I'm bound to be put in jail. Well, nowadays it's might not necessary, I mean, Lee knows better, with the legal system, or they're bound to be some different. But that's what we can see. That's what, on the very intellectual level, that's what is appearance. But on the more deeper or profound level, that's not the truth. Why somebody born so rich, so beautiful, so handsome, why the others not? Okay? What causes suffering? What causes causes us to be trapped in this circle of samsara? So, on a little bit higher level, know the cause. Then the next one would be analyze the language. If I'm speaking, well, Danny will know, speaking German to us, we won't understand. I won't understand, right? So even if you are expounding very deep Dhamma, but if I don't have the language skill, I won't be able to understand, right? So we have to have that kind of knowledge. So number 4 is, this is funny, analytical knowledge of knowledge. That means we have to know all the three above. Okay, we have to know how to analyze number 1, number 2, and number 3, so that we can absorb, so that the Dhamma will function, so the Dhamma will help us. For number, I think I mentioned about this yesterday, the 3 steps of how to approach or practice the Four Noble Truths. 1 is recognize the satisfaction, no suffering. Number 2, cut off the cause of suffering. Number 3, practice the Eightfold Noble Path so that we can cut off the cause. Number 4 is to realize, okay, the cessation. 1, 2, 3 are conventional truths. Number 4 is the ultimate truth. Number 1, 2, 3 are conditioned. Even though Eightfold Noble Path are virtuous conditions, but they're still your way法. But they, number 3, practice the Eightfold Noble Path. It's called 有为无漏法. That means it's conditioned in the conventional truth, but it's a faultless conditional phenomena. Number 4, the cessation, realized cessation, it's called 无为无漏法, which means that it's unconditioned, it's also perfect, without any fault. So those 4, remember, realize suffering, cut off the cause, practice the path, realize the cessation. Okay, those are very important. And those related to the 4 analytical knowledge, analyze the suffering, analyze, know how to, face the suffering, know what the causes are so that we can cut it off. Then, make sure we understand with the capability of language. Then the 4th is that all the above we have to know. Question?
I have a question. The 4 analytical knowledge, this is, to me, it sounds like it's based off of the 4 Noble Truths. Am I correct in thinking that they're
Number 1 and 2,
similar?
the 4 Noble Truths. 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Know the suffering, understanding the cause, right?
Right. With
Number
language,
3,
I'm thinking, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was thinking with knowledge of language and knowledge of knowledge. Knowledge of language to me sounds like knowledge of language meaning Dhamma, and then knowledge of knowledge being understanding the wisdom of the Dhamma. Am I correct in thinking this or wrong?
That's a right stream of thinking. That's very good. One thing to add is number 3, analyze analytical knowledge of language. Why Buddha put this as one of the important thing is we're not Buddha. The teachers are not the Buddha. Okay? Only Buddha can do with one kind of language or one word that all sentient beings will understand, but we don't. I can only speak in English and Chinese, right? For those, does not understand English and Chinese, whatever I talk about, it's no benefit to them, right? So that is why, we have this party have this Sanskrit, so that we can actually penetrate into the teaching through language. There is no other way that we can understand the teaching other than, through reading or language or whatever. But this is a very important tool that we can make use of. So that's why the Buddha put it there. Okay. And then, of course, to have the analytical knowledge, we need wisdom, right? So with the wisdom, we'll be able to understand what it's talking about. Remember the honey ball, this sutra that was talking about the Brahmin? He just rolled up his eye and said, whatever, right? So that means he doesn't understand. And doesn't understand, it doesn't matter. Ask. That's why the other disciples, they don't understand, they just go to Mahakachana. But for this Brahmin, he just, roll up his eye, put up, use his stick and go away. So when is he going to learn? Okay. So that is why, analytical knowledge of knowledge, again, I think, Danny, you have a very good point that you have to have the wisdom, the eagerness to learn. You don't have the wisdom, for those three above, then you just walk away. Okay. So I think that's very, very important. Good point. Any more question on the process, on the honey ball? If not, then we will move into some recaps. Let's see. Okay. Before I forget, I want to say something about, the homework. I know that, some of us are pretty concerned about the homework. The homework is a take home. That is why it's called homework. It would be about 5 pages on, in an essay form. And then the format, I think Venerable Kongyan already posted on Slack. And also it's in one of the files that I post also, the format. We have to follow that format when we do our essay. Let's see if I can. Do you guys have that or?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
in Slack.
Okay.
It was, I'll get a date on it. It was, the format was posted on Friday, July 31st at 8:28.
Yeah. Let's use that format, follow that. Make sure you put your ID, your name, the teacher, the course, date, those are very important. So it's a take home. So it, more or less like an open book, because it's in an essay, but when you do, say for example, if you compare the Theravada and the Mahayana, don't just copy and paste, the table that I post, okay? You can take the points out from that. Or you can, just use the points. And then you have to go into an essay format and explain it. Do not just use like Mahayana, da 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 da, Theravada, da 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 da. Okay, it's an essay. It's not a PowerPoint. It's not just uh, like a pointed piece of work. It's an essay. Okay, so I just want to stress that. But you're welcome to use the key points, the material that we went over or in the notes. So that's one thing that I thought about last night that maybe I didn't clarify. So anything that you like to, the reason that I use the note point, it's because to get my talking or get the idea concept across, to make it a little bit clearer. It's not meant for essays. So any question? I think time-wise, we're doing pretty close on schedule. For the two sutras, we need to understand the theme or the key concept. Like the first one, SN 22.57, that the key thing is the 7 case and the 3 investigation. We have to know what are the 7 cases, and then how to apply those investigations, analyze it. Okay, that would be a good topic. So for MN 18, the thing is to understand the process of prapancha and how does it affect us in the practice. What are the reasons behind those that will lead us to unwholesome actions? Okay, so those are the 2 sutras that the core teaching on that. Now, as far as for Agama and Nikaya, we have to know, what are the differences between the two or the similarities, how they correspond to each other. Okay. As far as for historical background on the Agama, there is not much about it other than when did it get transmitted to China, but I won't pay too much attention to it, rather than, knowing the difference between the Agama and Nikaya. Also, what are each of the Agama or Nikaya focus on. Okay, so I think we have I have a chart. Yeah, the principle of teaching there is, pretty important of that. Because the information is way too much. Now, because the syllabus, one of the mission in the syllabus saying that, how the Chinese canon, because it's so vast, how does it influence the Buddhist community or Buddhism in Asia. So that is one of the missions. So we have, as far as for introduction on the canon side, on the Chinese Tipitaka, we need to know the historical background. You know, we need to know why Mahayana Buddhism flourished in China. For example, it came to China at a chaos, non-stopping war going on at that kind of era. Then we have the support of those in power, like Liang Wudi, like the emperor, or king of small kingdoms. Even when we go into the Tang dynasty, the emperor was more favorable in Taoism, but they did not, suppress. Okay, they didn't put it as the most important religion. They did not suppress. They also encourage. Okay, and then we have to know that we have such a great translators like Kumarajiva, like Xianzang, that actually helps helps Mahayana Buddhism flourish in China. Okay, so those are the historical background. And also, because of the political situation, monks and nuns went from mainland China to Southeast Asia, especially in Taiwan, Singapore, Vietnam, various Southeast Asian countries, especially Japan, Korea. Japan and Korea actually send missionaries or monks or even scholars to get to learn from the Chinese teachers. Okay, and how does it influence the Buddhist community? A few schools had great impact. Number one is the Lotus Sutra. We know that in Japan, they have the Rijinen school. Actually, they are following the Lotus. The other one is the Avasanka, what we call the Garland Sutra. That one, it's nowadays a lot of monasteries in Taiwan, in everywhere, still chanting or practicing that. Okay, the Chan school, it's also very important. Okay, the Pure Land school. So 4: Lotus school, Pure Land, Chan, and then the flower ornament. Those are very influential, other than the Tibetan. I mean, Tibetan is one of them. And then again, with the same historical background, Dalai Lama, came out, escaped from China, from the Communist Party to India. So those are the basic knowledge that we have to know within the Buddhist community. Have some basic information. So I think that's what we have been talking about. If there are additional information like the historical background, I don't think I put it into the my notes. But if you need more information on that, let me know. Just, shoot me a note on Slack, and then I will, work on a file or a spreadsheet so that, you guys have something on hand to refer to. Question? We can start our discussion. I think it's a little bit more difficulty in the introduction part because, it's a little bit complicated in understanding the history and what's going on. So, and also, understand how from the 18th school, take it back, from the 8th school of the Chinese Buddhism, come down to the 3 stream of thinking. Any question about my question here? So let's start with the 8 schools. We know that, the spreadsheet, the table that I put out, there are 10, it listed 10, right? But the 2 of them are Theravadan, the Kosa and also the Chen Shilun. Those 2 are Theravadan. So start from the 3 sastras down to the lotus, the garden, the chan, the principle, the mantra school, the Yogacara school, and the Pure Land. Those are the 8 schools. But when, I don't know if I can post that. Let me see. I have to stop sharing. Then I go to okay. I'm getting a little bit better, Corey.
That's good. The more you use it, the easier to get.
Yeah. Good. So yeah. See the slide here? Okay, those 8 schools. When we look at the right-hand side, you see it boils down to Madhyamika, Yogacara, and Tathagata Gaba. You see what I mean? Okay. So actually, these schools, other than, let me see, other than the Lotus or Tiantai school, it include the Madhyamika and Tathagata Gaba. That is why I said that, the Tiantai school or the Lotus school is an embracing. Okay. So at the end, everybody attend Buddhahood. So there is only one vehicle, not Hinayana, not Mahayana, not even the Bodhisattva, but it's the Buddha vehicle. Okay, the one Buddha vehicle. So boil down to one vehicle. So it's all embracing. So that is why I put, I forgot to put Yogacara in there too. So it comes down, the 8th school comes down to Madhyamika, Yogacara, and Tathagata Gaba. Okay. if we understand that the school is a school, they base on texts, they base on sutras or sastras, but then the concept behind that sastra or sutta or sutra is those three concepts, three streams of thinking, okay? And Venerable Master Insun, I'm trying to find the current school. Yeah. He classified or categorized into these three things, okay? The Madhyamika actually based on the Paramita Sutra. Yogacara, they have a different, basis. But one thing very important is, like, at the beginning of the Yogacara school, they serve as a bridge from the Madhyamika going into the Yogacara. So there is a, process into that, okay? And the Tathagata, they actually base on Yogacara, because a lot of things, they agree with the Yogacara, because, Yogacara was saying that there must be something to base to going through the cycle of samsara. If you're saying that everything is empty, then who's going through samsara? So those are the questions, okay? But we will explore later when we get to there. Question? Any comment at all? Those are the things that we need to know.
Caddy, this is Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Real quick, this is kind of going back. Do you know the text for the 4 types of analytical knowledge, where that's talked about?
Let's see.
Or where that's from?
It's from the sutta itself. It mentioned about the foreknowledge, the MN 18.
Okay, thank you.
And also you can look up in the Word of the Buddha by Bhikkhu Bodhi. It has the footnotes on those. If you have the book, we have studied the book, right? In the Buddha's Word by Bhikkhu Bodhi. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Anybody question? Because we can go into discussion now. You guys are so smart, no question.
There's a question from Jade in the chat, and there are Chinese words that I can't translate for you. What are the differences between something versus something, if there is any?
Oh, sorry, because my screen is so small. If I open the chat, it's going to cover half of my thing. Okay. What is papancha? Okay. Let me answer Venerable Kongzhen. Papancha in the Chinese is called Xi Lun. English is mental proliferation or conceptual proliferation. Good. Corey already answered that. Is homework assignment the question you gave? I will send out the homework like Wednesday. If not, Thursday morning, give you enough time to work on it. Like I said, I don't want to see a table format or, dotted point format. It's an essay, okay, with explanation. So, like, for example, if I ask the process of papancha, for example, don't just cut and paste of the slide that I sent and say that, and then, well, you can do that with explanation, okay? You can use the slide that the drawing to start with, and then trying to explain each process. You can do that. If I ask the question that, remember we do the differences between Mahayana and Theravada. I have like Theravada on one side, Mahayana on the other side, and with 20 categories. I think, Buddha, Theravada would say that, Mahayana would say that, Bardo, Sutras, languages, all those 20, I think 20 items of those. And don't just use a dotted form and say that, okay, like, what do you call that? What do you call that? Let me go to my, okay, let me go to this. Bullet points. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't use bullet points. Okay, just say 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do the bullet point if you have a listing of like here are, those examples or whatever. But don't use like a note form into a bullet point. It's an essay. What I'm trying to stress is. Make sense? Okay, but don't worry too much. You will get the 40%, but maybe the final would be a little bit, that you have to work on, because the final, I don't have a total say on that, because it all depends on the university. Okay, Jay's question. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you had this back a little bit too, with the historical, the environment in China during Buddhism's flourishing. Do you have any examples of, say, like an edict or a pronouncement or something from the dynasties that indicate that they are in support of religious freedom, or Buddhism in particular?
When Buddhism, and then I think we went over this, came to China, it's the time that it started in the Han Dynasty, right? Officially, I mean, the record shows that actually it came earlier, but nobody pays any attention. So when people, start to pay attention, it's in Eastern Han Dynasty with the dream of an emperor. Remember that?
Okay, so The White Horse Temple, is that something that the Han Dynasty, that's a Buddhist temple built by patronage of the Han Dynasty?
Luoyang, let's see. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that the White Horse Temple is in Luoyang. Let me do some research on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see if there was an actual, say, a positive influence rather than as opposed to hands-off sort of thing.
Right, understand.
Okay. All right.
I will provide those information. I will actually work out the file with a little bit more of the background on how and why it's, Mahayana Buddhism flourishing in China. Let me put some more information, like maybe, a few points that you guys can work on. How about that?
Sounds good.
Okay, good. So Jay's question, 3 vehicles, Savaka, Pajeka, and Bodhisattva. Jay, you're way ahead of me in the Buddha's complete teaching, Yuan Jiao, according to Tiantai school. Okay, we'll go to the Tiantai school at the end. This 显中道佛性 This awakened state does not require the ordinate steps such as a repentance. Okay. Jay's question was like, what is the difference between the path of Bodhisattva and also, the one Buddha path? In the Lotus Sutra, it divided into because at that time people were practicing either Savaka, Prajeka, or the Bodhisattva path, right? Do I have to explain what are those 3 paths? Or you already know? Okay, you already know. 知道, huh? Okay, that's good. So the Bodhisattva path is more Mahayana, we all know that. But then because, those who practice the Savaka or Prajeka path was thinking about, was excluded actually, being looked down by what they call the Bodhisattva path practitioner. So Lotus Sutra was saying that don't do that, because whether you're Prajeka, whether you're Savaka, whether you're Bodhisattva, everybody's goal is become attained, the goal is to attain Buddhahood. Okay, no matter where, you take the airplane, you drive, you swim, you're going to get to this goal. So that is what the Buddhahood, what the vehicle of the Buddha, 一佛乘. Okay, so it's kind of embracing everybody. The tour, the practice is different, but eventually, you're going to be named or predicted by the Buddha that you're going to attain Buddhahood. Okay, and then yes, Jay was talking about the Yuan Jiao, because this is Tiantai school's specialty on classification of different teachings of the Buddha at the different point of time or period of time based on the faculty of the practitioner. Yeah, True. So, any question on that? Jay, did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good, good. Okay. Yeah. Good point, Josh. I don't want to put the negative point or discourage. We just got started. There are a lot of things that we have to explore. It's going to be, at this point, it's just like climbing the slope. We're going uphill a little bit. The slope is not that stiff at the time. Then we go up, we go up a little bit, and then it's going to, stay. Okay. So that means what? That means it's arising, staying for a little while, and then eventually, the class will end. So it shows, anything, everything, all phenomena are impermanent in its nature. Okay. Do we want a break now? And then we'll come back to discuss
Sure.
more?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just post me any question. I'll keep the chat room open at this point of time.
All right. How long you want?
15 minutes?
Okay.
Let's see. Right now it's almost 11. How about 10 minutes this time then?
That's fine.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Great timing, Casey. You got here just in time for a break.
Yeah, the lights are on, but nobody's home. Sorry.
Is the light in the attic?
Well, I was actually thinking of a joke when you said you needed a break earlier, and that the moment you suggested that, a thought crept in my mind that you were just apologizing, but
I got you. Anyone know the poem? The Shel Silverstein poem?
Which Shel Silverstein poem?
A Light in the Attic.
Oh yeah, that's a whole book too. And Where the Sidewalk
is.
Ends is another one. Yep.
Yep, I got it.
There's also he also recorded songs and stuff. They're a little rare that most people don't know about.
That's right. And somebody recorded one of his songs that became quite well known.
Boy Named Sue by
That's
Johnny
right. You got it.
Useless and pointless knowledge, right?
I think you also had another life, but not for children.
Yes. Good point.
A Light in the Attic. There's a light on in the attic, though the house is dark and shuttered. I can see a flicker and flutter, and I know what it's about. There's a light on in the attic. I can see it from the outside, and I know you're on the inside, looking out. I like the one about the woodpecker and the plastic tree.
Yeah, they're fun. All of them are. Yeah, they're.
Yeah.
And so they do have a lot of wisdom, contained in there too.
Yeah.
David, although you're, I don't know if you're still there, but in defense of this, I guess one of the Buddhist titles, right, was knower of the world, right? I don't know if that applies to this type of stuff, but maybe if it can be taught to the right person to, alleviate suffering or induce greater likelihood of awakening, then it's helpful. Yeah.
Was that Shel Silverstein too? I'm not sure I know that one. Nowhere of the World?
No, that's a title of the Buddha, one of the Buddhist titles.
Okay.
Knower of the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I oh, where you were going with that?
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't know all his work.
To rein it back into the topics at hand here, I guess.
Yeah.
time yet or not?
I think it's actually pretty close. It doesn't feel like it's been 10 minutes already, but I guess it has.
Um, okay, so I think for the rest of the morning, we can do some discussion because that's, what I scheduled. Any question about, what we previously discussed that you want me to go over, explain, or comment?
We were talking before one of the breaks about the name Honeyball, and I think some of us said it might have been referring to a tree, and then it might be referring to something else, maybe both, maybe some clarification on that word and the meaning and significance of it, if nobody else has any questions.
Whose question is that? Is it David or who? I'm sorry.
That was
Oh,
Josh,
that was Josh speaking. Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because I can't
Okay.
I can't recognize. I think it's in the sutta. The answer is in the sutta, right, Frank?
I didn't think it was that specific that I could figure out what they were talking about.
Yeah, this is Josh again. That's what we were talking about too. We were rereading it, looking for that kind of explanation.
It's the last verse of the sutra. The Buddha says this sutra is like a man who is famished, hungry, finding a ball of honey, and it's sweet and satisfying. This sutra is like that, so we should call it the Honey Ball Sutra.
But isn't it mentioned earlier in the sutra? I don't think it had anything to do with honey when it was first mentioned.
From the formatting of the thing.
Yeah.
It's not actually in.
Oh, it's not actually supposed to be in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the title was within the text. So as I'm reading it, I'm reading the words "the honey ball," and I'm wondering where on the base of the tree is the honey ball. So
yeah, you look at a different version of it. There's no other honey ball in it. That's just
okay. My other thought would have been then, they were talking about heartwood, and well, when the heartwood's gone, you can have trees and a bee's in the middle of the tree, and there might be a honey ball.
Yeah, they're two different metaphors. So the tree, they're talking about seeking heartwood and instead saying all the branches and the leaves. That's papancha, right? The proliferation of branches is like papancha. You don't see the heartwood, the core. Instead, you see the proliferation of all the little branches and things that arise from the trunk.
So thanks, guys, for clarifying that. Yes.
Very good. Excellent.
Yeah, it helps me too, because I couldn't figure it out.
Actually, it's the sutra named by the Buddha, at the end, like Sherry was talking about. Okay. I think the key thing is like to understand the core teaching. I would focus more on papancha. Any other question?
So, I did some looking up. Like you were talking about Sankara,
Mhm.
which is actually formations, correct?
Actions.
Sankara is actions. Okay, and then volition, though, what?
Volition is a mental formation, which is a mental action, which is sankhara.
Okay, I was just trying to wrap my head around it because I feel like volition is mental intention. Am I wrong on thinking that, though?
It's the three process, remember? The sixth consciousness has, you know, three functions. One is to think. The other one is to make the decision. Number three is to carry out that decision in action. All three of them are mental.
Right.
So when we talk about action, immediately we would think about, you know, physical or verbal. But before that, the three process already started, and we can label it as sankhara. Sankhara is more towards the end decision, how, you know, which is your right intention, what I'm going to do. That is the decision-making part of it.
Okay.
But right now, because, you know, we have to understand it, we have to separate them one by one. In reality, it's one for all for one. The three are actually inseparable. But because we have to understand, you know, the sequence of the thought, then we kind of analyze it as if they are, you know, 1, 2, 3. But all of them happen just at one thought, in one thought. Okay.
So, like the determining, then the formation, or no?
The first we think, what am I going to do when the feeling arises that we pull out from our memory bank, the perception, and label it, then what are we going to do? That's
Okay.
the thinking process, right? And then, okay, after thinking, I decided what to do mentally. And then I'm carrying it out mentally.
Okay. I get it. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's very difficult to actually sink in, because this just happened even, you know, faster than a snap of a finger. But we have to, you know, to understand the process, we have to like slow motion it, you know, all thinking first, decision, and then action. Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
by the time, if I'm lucky enough, by the time I'm aware of it, the feeling is well underway.
No, feeling comes first.
Well, I'm not noticing the contact, right? It's just that's so fast. It's the awareness is there before I realize it. I'm realizing that, and then, like I say, the feeling's well underway. I mean, it's been there probably a while. By the time I realize it has arise. has arisen, I should say.
Oh yeah, yeah. It happened. You know, all these what
Sometime I'm aware of it after the fact, so that's a little late.
Yeah, it's because you know that is why I said that how people practice. First of all, we have to sharpen our faculties of the mind. Okay, we have to use that the awareness and mindfulness. First, you know, we have to aware and we have to mindful. Then we're able to realize that oh, actually this is happening. So we have to you know make the decision to take action on either for or against. That is where you know the four efforts, the four right efforts comes. Remember what are the four right efforts? Anybody?
Yes, and then I'll comment on Sankara again. So yeah, you want to root out unwholesome, the unwholesome, and then prevent more unwholesome from arising. And then you want to let's see, you want to, for the wholesome, you want to generate new wholesome. I don't know if these are in the right order. Generate new wholesome actions and our wholesomeness, and then you want to maintain wholesomeness. Am I fairly correct there?
I think Sherry will be able to explain.
Yeah, she can do it a little more eloquently than I.
You want to maintain wholesome conditions that have already arisen. Stop unwholesome conditions that have arisen. Prevent new unwholesome conditions from arising, and encourage wholesome conditions to arise that have not arisen yet.
Perfect.
Are those labeled the same thing as the four great efforts?
Yeah, same thing. Four right efforts, four great efforts.
Okay.
Okay. Or four right energy, four great energy.
So it's like eradication, prevention, and then maintaining and generating. So the first two are unwholesome, the second two are wholesome. As far as the Sankara, I mean, this stuff is so complicated. The overall thing we could probably all agree on is that with more, you can't have enough mindfulness. So the more mindfulness we have, the more we can see into the nature of these things and they become more apparent. The article that I shared on different types of Sankara, I mean, there's Mano Sankara, there's Vaishi Sankara, V-A-C-I, and then Kaya Sankara. You know, Mano Sankara, the thoughts that come automatically to the mind when a sense object is experienced. Then if that object of interest, is of interest, we start generating conscious thoughts, speaking to ourselves without talking, and then we may speak out. Both of these are Vaishi Sankara. I don't know the pronunciation. If we then start moving body parts to respond, then those are initiated by Kaya Sankara. So I mean, yeah, the Dhamma is so deep and profound, so subtle, and it's hard to understand just by reasoning, right? So.
Okay, thank you for sharing. We
You're
don't
welcome.
want to go too deep into that because, or else, you know, it would be like, it's good to know actually. But like I said, you know, for the time being, let's focus on Papancha because that's the core teaching of MN 18.
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
But
Exactly.
it's good to know that, you know, we can, like on each sutra or each sutta, we can, you know, go into very deep because Buddha does not speak of any or waste any time or speak of anything that is not useful for the practice and getting us out of suffering. Okay. We can go into very deep, but at this point of time, we can, for this course, we can only focus on the things that are more key points at this point. But it's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. It depends on who's all present and what the time is and context and
Right.
what we're trying to do. Papancha, I've heard it explained as being being lost in thought and not really realizing that, or being in a trance of thinking and having no idea that it's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it just keeps going and going, exponentially until mindfulness is brought to it, right? Or it just plays out.
So any other comment or questions?
I have a question really quick.
Okay.
I was looking at the 7 Cases Sutta, and it's talking about a triple investigator. It almost seems like it just kind of mentions triple investigator, but it doesn't really explain that very much. And it looks like the Pali word in the notes is different from the word for the 7 factors of enlightenment investigation. So I don't know, are these other references, Dhatu, Samyutta, and the other ones that are mentioned by Bhikkhu Bodhi in the notes, do they explain more, do you know, about triple investigator? Because I hadn't really heard about triple investigator before.
Okay. When I look at it, I look at it from Thanisaro's translation, and also I look at Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation. So I don't know if you read Thanisaro's translation or not. I don't think both of them are go into detail on the triple investigation. What I did is I look at the Chinese version of the sutta, which, instead of the Nikaya, I look into Agama that corresponded to this SN 22.55. So a teacher, Chinese teacher in Taiwan called Zhuang Chunjiang. Okay, I think most our Chinese speaker friends probably know about him. So he did some explanation on that. That is where I pulled out this table, the 7 cases in 5 investigations. And also in that text, let me pull this out real quick. Okay. Now, I didn't, when I prepared the notes, I didn't have time to translate the triple investigation. They did explain it pretty clearly, including Master Inshin's explanation, which Master Inshin explained it in his book called 佛法概论, okay, the essence of the Dhamma. So it kind of explained what these triple investigation is. Let me, briefly go over it. It says like how to investigate. First, we have to observe the 5 aggregates, and then we observe the 6 realms we observe the 18 dhatus, which are the 18 dhatu, how do I say it? It also, translate as realms. Oh, okay. Never mind. Again, 5 aggregates, the 6 sense bases, then the 18 realms. Okay, this is how Venerable Insun explained that. So there are another sutta, and I'll post it. Another sutra explained it. So, but it is in Chinese. Let me see if I can find the Nikaya parallel to it, because in Chinese it's the Samyutta Nikaya, Samyutta Agama of 397 Sutta. So I'll find the parallel and I'll post it. Maybe that will explain it, because it tells you how to investigate, like the 5 aggregates. Okay, 5 aggregates. How do we investigate? We investigate that the form is nothing but the 4 elements, right? So the 4 elements, it's rising and arising and ceasing, arising and ceasing. I think we talked about that yesterday. Even though the 7 cases, when we look at the Four Noble Truths, number 1, if you can you guys see did I share it or didn't I? Maybe I should share it. Okay, hold on, just 1 second. See this table? So number 1 is suffering. We have to directly know. Then with the form, okay, so what is this form? What is what we call this physical body? It's nothing but a composition of the 4 elements, right? So that's how we investigate it. Okay, and then we go across the feeling. What are the feelings? The feelings are, it says 6 classes: wholesome, unwholesome. Let's see. I think I have. Did I put out the feeling, 6 cases of feeling at all?
I'm looking.
I'm trying to look at. Okay. If I don't, then let me repost those. Then it would be easier to understand that. I think it's in the sutra. Okay. I think it's in the sutra. Maybe that's why I did not. Yeah, I think it's in the sutra, if I remember it correctly. Okay. If you look at the sutra, Bhikkhu Bodhi's explanation, translation there. Okay, it says he understands feeling, perception, volition, consciousness, and its origin, its cessation. That's how we investigate what is the feeling, what is the perception, volition, and all those. So how it arises, what caused it to arise, that we actually, what is the gratification at that point, and then its impermanence, its suffering. So this is how we investigate. Okay, and we go to each item and repeating the same thing. It's in the sutra. I think that's how that's okay. Let me. Okay, like the feeling here, it says the pleasure and joy that arise in depending on feeling. This is the gratification of free feeling. So go into each item that is listed on the 6 cases and analyze it, knowing its cause, and then understand how it arises, and then do not attach, just detach from the clinging craving for it. So on the sutra, every single one, I think it posted, it's explained it in the sutra. I think maybe that is why I did not specifically put an explanation. Okay, let me go back and do some detailed explanation on this table. Maybe in that way that we will understand a little bit more. I'm glad that Jeff, you asked the question. I just went through the form, but for the rest I did not put in details, because in my mind I thought that if we understand one, we'll understand all those. But looks like the 6 classes of feeling. What are the 6 classes of feeling? It's not it's on the form, but I did not put in detailed explanation. I thought that if that's probably what I need to do. Okay, good job. So I'll try to put the try to post it tomorrow morning. So give me a little time to work on it. But if you actually read the sutta, then you might have some idea of how to investigate in a way.
Yeah, I think if they're in the sutta, I feel like that you might not have to redo all that.
But at
I
least
didn't realize.
yeah, at least we know that what are the 6 cases of feeling, wholesome, unwholesome, pleasant, unpleasant, those class. So I'll put that out. In the Four Noble Truths, it's a little bit easier because there is just the Four Noble Truths. I think Four Noble Truths, it's difficult to investigate. It takes a very seasoned practitioner. Honestly, it's difficult. The Four Noble Truths, if we can penetrate into Four Noble Truths, I mean, we understand. Let me put it that way. We understand intellectually, but as far as for penetrating into it, it's very difficult. So, good question. But if you read, I wish everybody will be able to do that. The Chinese version is really clear, okay? Really clear. Okay, any other question that, please feel free to let me know that, if you need further clarification. That's why we are here for. I mean, we learn from each other, we share. Anything else? maybe, you guys can go and read the Pali. Then they said that, if you can read the Pali, you can actually grasp the teaching much better.
How advanced do you think our Pali class was?
So you guys should be experts by now. I gave all mine back to my professor. In the Chinese language, it had this sentence, I think, is very important. It said, to be liberated, everything is taught in this 7 cases and 3 investigation. That is to familiarize and let me translate this word here. Skill, wow, very good. Proficient, not only familiarized. Proficient in these 7 cases. If we are able to be skillful, with this 7 cases, then we're able to get out of suffering. Another sutta, you guys, let me see if I can find that again. It's the Buddha talking to Rahula, his son. That's another sutra. How to detach from I, my viewpoint, conceit, and also the bondage. All these. So the way he taught Rahula is like you observe what happened with the 6 elements, not 4, not only 4, because it added like earth, water, fire, wind, space, and consciousness. You have to be aware and understand them. So any more question, comment, discussion?
I think this is Josh. I think I remember too the 7 modes of investigation with the 4 noble truths themselves. Each one, are the knowing the origin of each noble truth, the cessation, and how it was actually arrived at. So you understand the whole process of how it arises, how it ceases, how you came to that knowledge, and then and then all, as well as the gratification, the danger, the escape of each 4 noble truth.
Yeah, that's the table that on the number 4. That is the table that we put out. So the 3 gratification, danger, and escape, we use that technique. Understand, use that kind of technique to observe 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, and it's
downwards, but also across.
Yeah, and that whole table is applied to the aggregates, and that whole method of investigation can be applied to each 4 noble truths as well, right? So.
Yeah, 4 noble truths is the number 4 on the table. See?
Well, you're right. That's the path. Right? I mean, that's the Eightfold Noble Path. But I'm saying when you can investigate each Four Noble Truths by doing number one, I'm sorry, maybe it's not 7. Number 2, yeah. So the first noble
1, 2,
truth
3, 4.
directly. What is the origin of the first noble truth? The cessation of the first noble truth. How does that happen? The process. So I guess that's a little bit different than 4. And then also the gratification of the first noble truth, the danger, and then the escape from it. And then I guess they all there's intersections and stuff like that. It just it's a lot of time to go through each one by one and spending time investigating and knowing directly, right? But anyway, it is kind of a tangent. I apologize.
Yeah, that's the key point. That is why we put out the table that so that we can understand that. So I think Jeff, you got a good point of try to go into like the 3 investigation, because we have to.
We lost audio. I did.
No, I lost video too. Her face is frozen.
Oh.
I mean, it is lunchtime, so maybe Zoom was just like, let's cut it off now. So I'll text her.
Or is it 46?
Oh, my internet is unstable. But anyhow.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Did you see the 3 investigation on on the share screen?
What page is that on in the handout?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So number 2, investigate by way of sense basis, and I forgot to put on the rest of them. It says observe what's happening. So that's one of the way to investigate. Make sense?
Really difficult to see your screen.
It does. Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's difficult to see your screen. It's so small, unless it's just my eyes.
Yeah, it's very small because it's a Word format, but it's on. I post that too.
It looks fine on my end.
Is that NA1?
NA2.
NA2.
Yeah.
And
So
you can make that screen.
You can enlarge the share screen. You can enlarge it on your computer.
Mm-hmm.
I can?
On mine.
Yeah.
see where it says 160, Caddy?
Huh?
See where it says 160?
You can do that. You can enlarge your share screen.
Oh, I see.
Go to 200.
You don't have this slide. The reason is it's going to change. This is for the Prajna Paramita topics. So at this point of time, today we're going to go over some introduction, and then hopefully we can get into the 8,000 verses. But then you should have a copy of the introduction, and also see, when did I send it out?
Are we going to have to memorize all 8,000 verses?
Hopefully, no. No. So Wednesday, July 29th, if you check the Slack, there is PP-1 Introduction to Prajna Paramita, and then PP-2, the Astashaharika .doc. Both of them are Word files. So it's too much to convert them to the PPT file. It's just like a content, like an overview thing for the entire topic of Prajna Paramita. That's why I didn't. I started to send it at one point, but I thought about that. It's going to change when we moved along. So you should be able to open the PP-1, which I posted July 29th, a Wednesday. Let me know that, did you get it?
What's the, can you give us the title of it again?
Yeah, PP-1, Introduction to Prajna Paramita.
I re-uploaded them to the Zoom chat, so if you have troubles finding them on Slack, they're right there.
Okay, and then also PP-2, the Astasya Harika Sutra.
Yeah, they're both in there.
They're both in there. Okay. Lee, are you okay now?
Yes, I think I found those earlier today. My problem is I use my own name, so now I have to remember what I named it.
Oh.
I try to save everything as Chinese Sutras so that I can find it in this big file I've got.
Oh.
But anyway, I've got it. I know I've got it because Corey loaded it again.
Yeah,
Okay.
why don't you create a folder that says Chinese Sutra and then leave the file names alone?
I think I did do that, but then I didn't save them right. I haven't put them back. I haven't put them into the folder. I forgot I created a folder. That's the truthful thing.
I do the same thing all the time. So, Prajna Paramita. Like I said, this is just a structure for the entire topic. So here we start with the introduction to Prajna Paramita. Just a little bit of historical background, and the information is taken out from Edward Combs. Let's see if I can get the book. Tell me that you guys can see this. Okay.
Yeah, we see Introduction to Prajna Paramita Sutras, handout notes PP1.
Yeah. Okay. And that's by Edward Combs.
I was looking at your PowerPoint presentation. I didn't notice you were holding a book up. What was that book? There, everybody should see it now.
Okay, good. So it's a good book. I ordered it from Amazon. If you're interested in the earliest Prajna Paramita Sutra. So historical background, where did I get those historical background? Some of them is from this book. Some of them are not, But if you search for Edward Combs, he wrote many books, very big varieties about Buddhism. So according to him, Prajna Paramita are Prajna Paramita Sutras are a collection of about 40 texts composed somewhere around like Indian subcontinent between 100 BC and 600 AD. Okay, so traditionally, the earliest sutra in Paramita is this one, that perfection of wisdom in 8,000 lines. Okay, so it's about like written about in the 1st century BCE. Now there are 4 stages according to Edward Combs. The first one is this one. Then why we consider this is the earliest, because the setting it matches how the Buddha converts his disciple, instead of compared to the later Mahayana Sutras. So the conversation is mostly between the Buddha and his disciple, while Mahayana Sutras, many occasions the Buddha communicate with the bodhisattvas. So the second stage kind of, and Venerable Master Insun also mentioned this before, that Mahayana Sutras are developmental. It's not just like, okay, today somebody published or written this text. It's not like that, okay? It's developmental, because, bits and pieces were discovered here and there. So it actually grown from 8,000 to 18,000 to 25,000 to 10,000. So it's almost triple, okay? So that's at Nagarjuna's time, it's 25,000 verses compared to the 8,000. So it's, very commonly popular and circulation in China. Then it comes to condensed stages. So if you're wondering where does, Heart Sutra comes from, Diamond Sutra comes from, then within this huge volumes after volumes of the texts or verses, then people decided to, these are the core, these are the heart of, the teaching. So they extracted it out, which is pretty close. It's pretty precise. When we look at the Diamond Sutra and also the Heart Sutra, then we'll understand that it is a necessary procedure, a necessary thing to do. So, and then there is a poetic format to summarize the essence of the sutra. It's called 现光庄严论, the ornament of realization. Okay. Then now comes the 4th stage, the tantric stage. Now, when we talk about tantric, automatically we'll think about Tibetan. But actually, the tantric teaching or concept originated actually in India. So that is the later, much later in Buddhism in India. And then after the Tantra, it go back to Hinduism, okay? So that's, if you think about why Buddhism start to fade away and also eventually not existing anymore, distinguished anymore, one of the reasons, not all, but one of the reasons is that, the thought of the practitioners start to switch gradually back, because at the Buddha, before the Buddha's time, it's the Hinduism or the Brahma period, right? So Buddha has to pull out of that kind of thought. So it comes with, you know, realizing the suffering, the Four Noble Truths. Then when Buddha passed away, then all these other, you know, things bloom, like Madhyamika, Yogacara, Tathagata, all these different concepts or doctrines start to surface. One of the main reasons is because the time after the Buddha passed away, we understand that, you know, the first schism is 100 years after Buddha entered the parinibbana. So the further people or practitioner away from the Buddha's time, you know, more idea will develop. And eventually when, you know, tantric stage comes, then everything go back to the Brahma thing, the Brahma thinking. Okay, so that's the fourth stage. Now, Master Insun had written a book of 大齐思想, let me see.
Caddy, if you get a second, can you hold that book back up again?
Yes. This book, this thick. Okay, but let me translate it. It's the early Mahayana Buddhist teaching, the arising of the early Mahayana Buddhist teaching and its development. Okay.
Is there an English version?
No, unfortunately. Yeah, this is the one. So with that, I pulled up some information from the book that written by Venerable Insun. So it says the Mahayana Buddhism originated at around the 1st century to the 2nd century. So it kind of matches, you know, Edward Combs. Considered as the teaching of the early Mahayana tradition. Prajna Paramita Sutras are developmental from the beginning of 1 version to 16 versions. So we think about the 8,000 verses compared to the 25,000 at the time of Nagarjuna, okay? But that's still in India, not being transmitted to China yet, okay? So the first translation is transmitted to China is that 8,000 verses. So that's the first one come to China. So there are other names that we are not going to go into. Then Master Insun categorized the Prajna Paramita into 2 ways. One is the translation by Xianzang, the Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra, and a total of 16 parts with 200,000 verses. 200,000 verses in Sanskrit. And then the second way is the translation in Sanskrit into Chinese and Tibetan language that still exists and collected currently. So that is like about total of 16 categories. See if I can find it, I'm not sure. Just to show you what's going on, if I can find it. Okay. Do you guys see it?
Here, hang on. Where's does everybody see it? The catalog, the Chinese translation, the Buddhist Tipitaka.
Okay. Now, the collection of the Chinese translation or the Buddhist Tripitaka on the prajna topic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least 9 topics, something like that. Okay, 9 pages. And this is only for like the topic of prajna paramita. So you can see how big of a volume, how huge it is. So that's some, just to give you guys some ideas of what happened as far as not only from India, but also, you know, when it got transmitted to China, came to China. Okay, so let's do some definition. So prajna in the Pali language is panya. It's a Buddhist term often translated as wisdom or intelligent or understanding. I would skip intelligent because, of course, well, it's part of the ingredient, but more towards wisdom and understanding. So the Buddhist commentary as the understanding of true nature of all phenomena, that is the key thing, okay? We can understand, you know, some movies or something else, but what is the true meaning of phenomena? That is very important. And later on, we'll come to explain what is actually the true nature, okay? Then the ability to understand the 3 characters of existence, which are the 3 seals, right? Anicca, Dukkha, and Anatta. So the Mahayana text describes it as the understanding of sunya or sunyata. Sunya is the Pali word, sunyata is more like the Sanskrit word. So sunyata is emptiness, okay? And the scholar called, I don't know how to, Kion is, he said that the closer meaning means insight, true, non-discriminating knowledge, intuitive apprehension. All these fits into the description of prajna. Now in Chinese, prajna also it's phonetically translated prajna. When you say border, okay, border is actually the sound. That means hui, wisdom. Now in Chinese, you know, hui always come to like 智慧. So how do we differentiate that? Now here in the Buddhist text, 智 is designated to exceptional knowledge, not just ordinary knowledge, okay? Hui, it's more advanced, signifies the transcendental wisdom. So when we put border, hui together, you know, that means it's like the most fulfilled and completed wisdom that only Buddha possess. Now, prajna is a Sanskrit word, right? We just mentioned, and panya is the Pali version. So 3 types of panya. the Chittamaya Panya, the Suttamaya Panya, the Chittamaya Panya, and then the Bhavanamaya Panya. So Suttamaya Panya, remember we talked about how to practice the 4 steps. First is associate with the wise. Second is listening to the true Dhamma. Okay, by associating with the wise and listening to the righteous Dhamma, one would be able to give rise or cultivate the Suttamaya Panya. Okay, so that's by listening, by learning. It's going to stimulate or cultivate the wisdom, at least if not wisdom, the knowledge of the listening wisdom. Okay, Suttamaya Panya means, learning or listening wisdom. In the Chinese language, it's called Wen Hui, Then the second one is Chittamaya Panya. Chittamaya Panya related to the heart or the mind. That after listening, we have to come back and investigate, think, consider what I've learned, how I digested it, and how I, truly understand it. So that is the related to the mental part of it. Of course, like listening, we need the mental part of it. But this is actually going deep into the investigation. So for the, I think Jeff asked the question about investigation. That is how we do it. You really take it into the heart, thinking about it, consider it, reason it, okay? Then we'll be able to practice it accordingly. Now, with the practice that will give rise to the Bhavanamaya Panya, which is the wisdom through realization and experience. So those are the 3 steps to cultivate or a sequence of developing wisdom. In Master Inson's book, I used to prepare for the notes mostly, is his discourse on the Prajnaparamita Sutra. He gave, he gave a discourse and his disciple recorded it. So in his book, he said that the worldly or mundane prajna is more related to analytical skill. Okay, so everything is connected. We just learn about the 4 analytical knowledges, okay? So the mundane, even at the mundane level, at the worldly level, we need to use the analytical skill to develop this kind of wisdom, this kind of understanding. So analytical skill is pretty important in the practice. That is why that, give us a reason why after, the Buddha entered the Parinibbana, then a lot of people start to analyze. And that kind of analyzation, especially the school of Sarvastivadins, come up with the Abhidhammakosa. Okay. The Abhidhamma, the skill of analyzation, it's already there, even during the Buddha's time. That's how, we talk about the technique of Sariputra and also Mahakachana. When they explain the Buddha's teaching, they have, similar technique, which is using analysis, but they have different approaches. Okay, so we cannot get away from developing this skill. Then come to the transcendental or supramundane prajna. Now this one, it's not destroyable. It cuts through the defilements and stop the process of papancha. Okay, so we have to reach the supramundane level, at least close to the development of the ultimate, realizing the ultimate truth. At least get close. If I remember correctly, in the fruition teaching, who, at which level you cut off? Think about the 10 fetters. Okay, so when a person start to attain the stream entrance, he cut off the 3 fetters or the tangles. Self-view. What else? Doubt. And then what? Another one I don't remember.
It's this is Judd. Clinging to rites and rituals, or being dependent on rites and rituals.
Oh yeah. 借进取见. Okay. Chinese I do remember, but how how to translate? Thank you. Okay. So when we think about that, you know, we have to reach certain stage. Doable? Yes. Fast track? Yes. Condition is you have to have the sharp faculty to do that, not just verbally. Like me, I'm at the stage of verbal. I mean, I can say, you know, based on the study, based on the discourses. But experience directly, no, far from it. So another description by Venerable Master Insun is that prajna is the reality or true appearance of prajna. Okay, the insight prajna, a prajna of observation. The language or word prajna, meaning that prajna expressed by language. So if you have any questions, any doubts about the 4 analytical knowledge, here are all the answers. That's why we need the language. Okay, and then we need to observe. And we have to realize the true appearance. So those are Master Insun's teaching about prajna. Now there are 2 parts, right? We know that they're prajna and they're paramita. So let's go into paramita. Paramita is a Sanskrit term, and parami is the Pali term. Now this term was not found in the earlier 4 Nikaya, because Bodhi mentioned that its early appearance in the Buddhist text was in Buddha Vamsa, a scripture collected in the Kundika Nikaya, which was a later addition to the Tipitaka. Again, it's related to the Nikaya. Remember, we talked about this. There are 4 Nikayas, Diga, Majjhima, Samyutta, Anguttara, but it's not in the, not in all of those 4, but it appears in the Kundika. Okay, the Kundika in the Agama version is called the small version, 小品 Ahan. Okay, So it's like putting the little small pieces together. And it's a later version of the Nikaya. So it actually surfaced at a later stage. The parami derived from the root word of parama, means supreme. And this suggested the important and significant quality of the parami, which must be developed and fulfilled by a bodhisattva. Okay. Remember, we are studying Mahayana Sutras. Okay. Now, if we refer back to the Nikaya, the Pali Canon, there are also paramitas or parami, but there are 10 versus the 6 parami. Then later on, the Mahayana school added 4 more. Then we will, I think I have a spreadsheet somewhere that shows that. The Sanskrit term paramita is something explained as para pas ita. So it means that gone beyond, that indicating the transcendental direction of these qualities. Okay, one would be like, these are the supreme qualities. One would be like getting there to achieve or attain the supreme quality. And then another explanation by Donald Lopez Jr., paramita is commonly translated as perfection. It's para plus mita. So that means which has gone beyond, therefore can be translated as transcendental. Okay. Now remember, when we study this, we have another term, it's called crossing over. Anybody remember that? Crossing over? Crossing over from this ocean of samsara, suffering, to the other shore of liberation. Okay? But we have to fulfill, in order to be able to cross over, we have to fulfill all these perfections, or we have to perfect all these perfections. Now, there is no set to practice according to the sequence listed, because the first one is generosity, commonly listed, right? 布施, and then compassion, 慈悲. What else? 忍辱, 精进, 禅定, and then prajna, 智慧. All 6 of them. So, according to Bhikkhu Bodhi, in his book, A Treatise on the Parami, the sequence listed is a sequence of teaching. For example, generosity is stated at the beginning because it's common to all beings, since even ordinary people can practice. Now, it is the least fruitful, and it is the easiest to practice. True, in a way, because everybody can give, can offer, can do charity. And then fruitful, yeah, the most simple thing is that I give somebody something, and then you got a thank you, right? It's cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. So in that sense, we say yes, even though we don't expect it, and we are not using that as a purpose. Now, the other thing is it's easiest to practice 3 levels of generosity. We all know that, right? The material one, the fearlessness one, and then also the Dhamma, okay? all of them, are they all easy to do? It depends on the person. Is it a rich people with a lot money easier compared to a poor person? In the sense of material, not necessary. Okay, because I've seen that. Not necessary. People with more money doesn't mean that it's easier for them to perform the generosity in giving material. Not necessary. Okay, so it varies from individual. It varies from actually their habitual pattern, their culture background, their education. It varies. So according to Bhikkhu Bodhi, that is the reason. There are 3 reasons why list generosity as the first one. And because generosity assists development of virtue, the two together would be abundantly fruitful and beneficial. So virtue started immediately after generosity because, you know, it's a good action. It's a wholesome action that we do generosity. Okay, so it almost comes hand in hand. And the next one would be renunciation. Now here, it's not the Mahayana teaching because in the 6 paramita within the Mahayana teaching, renunciation is not one of them. So this is more from the Pali Canon, from the Theravadan teaching. So that's why, you know, and then this book is to explain or to translate the Nikaya, not the Mahayana Sutras. So it lists renunciation as the next one. Thanissaro, a book from him, it's called A Study Guide to the 10 Perfections. Here again, it's the Nikaya, the Theravada teaching. He lists it differently. He starts with discernment, okay, which is parami number 8, Aditana. So started with determination, Aditana. I think his reason is like, you have to determine before you know, trying to perfect all these other paramitas. So his listing was determination as the caption that guides the other perfections. Then it comes the discernment, which is parami number 4. And then number 9, number 7, number 2, you know, all the way down. So that's how he listed. Now, his explanation is like, determination is needed for undertake the path of perfection to begin with, because it gives focus, motivation, and direction to the practice. And then with skilled determination, all of the other 4 aspects, which include all the 10 paramis or perfections, will be covered. The skilled determination helps in establishing wise priorities and guarding against temptations of other aimless activities. So Thanissaro mentioned that this is perhaps the most important among all. He said that skilled determination begins with discernment or transcendental wisdom, panya or prajna. This would provide the practitioner the ability to make distinctions of each perfection from just the mundane practice. Therefore, it is necessary to use discernment or wisdom to develop the others. Okay, so that is that is his reasoning. Now, Venerable Master Insun, his explanation would be like paramita literally means to cross over, like we just mentioned, reaching the other shore, essentially for accomplishing the Buddha way. Crossing over to the other shore, meaning we have to practice in order to get from the shore to the other. It does not say that we are already arrived, okay? Crossing over, we're not arrived yet. The important point to emphasize is the way to practice. Now, any kind of practice that would take us away from the cycle of rebirth and attain enlightenment or attain bodhi can be named the paramita. So it's in essence that Master Insun that you can call it, anything, as long as you can, it can help you by perfecting it. It can help you cross over to the other shore of liberation. You can call it paramita. So each paramita has its own distinctive superior quality and value, but the prajna paramita is considered to be the most noble. Prajna has a special significance because it differentiates the world and the world transcending Dhamma. It is the foundation for liberation. If I ask you a question to compare the listing with reasons, okay, why Bhikkhu Bodhi listed in a way start with generosity, why Thanissaro listed with determination comes first, why Venerable Insun emphasized on prajna. They are all paramis or paramitas. Okay, can you explain that? Can we do that?
Can you ask that or repeat that question again so I can get it down a little bit more clearly?
Okay, if I put out the question asking why the three of them, Bhikkhu Bodhi, Thanissaro, and Venerable Master Insun, listed or put a certain parami as most important and come first, what are their reasons? Is that okay, Lee? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. So we can see, not necessarily anybody is right or wrong or more super than the other, but the way they think why these paramis are listed in such an order. So they have their own reasoning to interpret. So we can, I have a table here. Hopefully everybody can see it in your note actually. Theravada, the 10 parami, and then the Mahayana, the 6 or 10 parami. Okay. By listing, we can see that first one is dana or generosity. Okay. Second one is sila, it's the same. But the third one in the Theravadan side is nekama, renunciation. While on the Mahayana side, it's kanti. Okay. The fourth is different. The fifth is different. I don't know if you can print out in color because I color-coded it to compare, the two sides. Now, in the Mahayana side, they don't have the satya, which is truthfulness or honesty. They don't have adhidana, determination, which, Thanissaro Bhikkhu think that it should be the guidance for the rest. Okay. The 7, 8.
Looks like her internet is unstable.
I feel kind of unstable myself.
Lock up all the guns. Yeah, you still there, Lee?
I'm still here, but nobody else. No, the main person's gone. David, can you take over for us? Corey, can you take over for us?
We don't quite have you back, Caddy. Unmute.
Hi, Fran.
Hello?
There you are.
Hi.
You're back.
What happened?
I think your internet is unstable.
Oh, no. Let me check.
Yeah.
Chill's probably streaming hockey games.
He's actually listening, I think. Is it okay now?
Yeah, your signal is no longer red.
Oh, gosh. What happened?
I don't know. Everybody's streaming these days, so.
Oh. So let me see if I still can share.
Yeah, tell all your neighbors to quit their internet.
I'll
Maybe
try.
that'll help.
Should I take out my gun? No.
No, just call Mark McCluskey.
I don't have one anyway, so. Oh. Nope. Okay. See if I can do it.
Jeff and I both have cats you can throw.
You can tell it's late in the afternoon on Sunday.
Is everything okay now?
Yep.
Okay. So where did I stop? Probably about, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the Mahayana side, if you still have the table up. Okay. Those are later additions to the original 6. So in the Mahayana side, we don't have truthfulness, we don't have adhidana, which is the determination. We don't have loving kindness or metta. We don't have upekkha, which is equanimity. But we added it, the upaya, skillful means. And there is a reason for that, okay? And we added the vow of resolution, aspiration. Well, actually, determination is there. It's just, in a different way. And then we have the spiritual power, which the balas, and the jnana, knowledge. Okay, so do we understand that why is it different? In the Theravada tradition, almost, of course not all, serious practitioners, they are renounced from home to homeness. In the Mahayana tradition, we emphasize on bodhisattva, which is not necessary a monastic to do that, okay? It's better, I should use, it would be advantageous to renounce from home to homeless so that we can focus and concentrate. But in Mahayana Buddhism, it's not emphasized, okay? But on the other hand, you know, on the Theravada's side, it's very rare that they say, oh, I vow to do that. They don't. But in the Mahayana side, many practitioners make vows. I vow to be reborn in the Western paradise. Okay, that's a vow. Here, the vow is a determination. It's the adhitthana mindset. Okay. But then in the Theravada tradition, adhitthana, like Thanissaro Bhikkhu say that, you know, we have to make up this mind. And making up the mind is a vow to yourself, not to just voice out. So you see the differences here. Now, Mahayana Buddhism emphasizes on skillful means. Why? Why? Because we want to be the Bodhisattva. We need skillful means not only to salvage ourselves, but also help the others. If we don't have the skillful means, then, you know, we're like searching in the blind. That is like generosity without wisdom. Then even, you know, we perform sila, say observe the precepts. We also need wisdom or skillful means, okay? And it emphasizes a lot on the spiritual powers in the Mahayana side. Now, on the Theravada side, Ubeka is very important because you have to keep your mind, you know, evenly or equanimously. But think about that. This is very interesting. Buddhism is just, you know, sometimes I just cannot get over. It's so interesting. You think about the action of a bodhisattva. Can you be a bodhisattva without the quality of equanimity, without ubeka? Probably not, right? Because if you have a preference, okay, this person is so beautiful, even though she's poor, I'm going to give her more money, right? And this person is in such a good condition, I don't have to care about. That is not an act of a bodhisattva. So equanimity is part of the quality of a bodhisattva. Not to mention that metta, loving kindness, without it, you cannot be a bodhisattva. Without adhitthana, you cannot be a bodhisattva. Without satya, you cannot be a bodhisattva. Okay, so actually we're talking about the differences. Is it really a differences? Yes and no. Yes, because we're talking about the degree. We're talking about the volume. We're talking about the level. Because Mahayana Buddhism emphasizes on not just caring about yourself. You can even sacrifice yourself to help the others. Okay, in that viewpoint, we can say that, and I stress, in that viewpoint, okay, that I would say the level is a little bit deeper in that essence. But as far as from the viewpoint of practicing, I would say the difference is very limited. the gap is not that huge. Okay, so, but that's only my opinion, my understanding. You can think differently. So those are the two things that, you know, if you were going to introduce the parami and the paramitas, that is something that you might want to consider, compare, and also giving the definition, giving the reason why, with, you know, the Mahayana and the Theravada background. Another comparison between Mahayana and Theravada. Bear in mind, no such thing as right or wrong. It's the degree, the depthness. Okay? So come to another definition. There are a lot of definitions here. It's called emptiness. Now, I clipped this from MN 121. Remember when I said that, you know, why I choose the two suttas from Nikaya, because, you know, the SN 22.57 and the MN 18, both of them appear or was collected in Nikaya, the Pali Canon, and also in the Agama section, collection. But the in the Samyutta Agama, not Nikaya, there is a sutra 335. It talks about emptiness. I cannot find the similar sutta in the Nikaya side, but there are two talk about the emptiness or sunyata or sunya. That is MN 121 and 122. So I specifically clipped that 121 to explain emptiness. Okay, so if someone like to read that, that'd be great. Who would like to read that? Lee, do you have that?
Say it again.
Okay, Sutta, do you have the note in front of you?
I have it saved. I actually copied it and put it all in my notes.
Okay, page 4 of that Word file. It says Sutta MN 121, translated by Thanisaro Bhikkhu.
Got it.
Okay, can you read that whole passage?
I'm afraid there's too much noise where I'm at. I've got 5
okay. That's
people,
okay.
including kids.
Okay, so anybody want to read it?
I can read it.
Okay, please.
So he discerns that this themeless concentration of awareness is fabricated and mentally fashioned. And he discerns that whatever is fabricated and mentally fashioned is inconstant and subject to cessation. Thus knowing, thus seeing, his heart is released from the effluent of sensuality, released from the effluent of becoming, released from the effluent of ignorance. With release, there is the knowledge released. He discerns that birth is ended, the holy life is fulfilled, the task is done. There is nothing further for this world. He discerns that whatever disturbances would exist based on the effluent of sensuality, the effluent of becoming, the effluent of ignorance are not present. And there is only this modicum of disturbance that, connected with the 6 sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition, he discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the effluent of sensuality, becoming, ignorance. And there is just this non-emptiness that, connected with the 6 sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality. It is undistorted in meaning, pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Ananda, whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who in the past entered and remained in an emptiness that was pure, superior, and unsurpassed, they all entered and remained in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who in the future will enter and remain in an emptiness that will be pure, superior, and unsurpassed, they all will enter and remain in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who at present enter and remain in an emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed, they all enter and remain in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Therefore, Ananda, you should train yourselves. We will enter and remain in the emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed.
Okay, I think I unmute myself. Any question about this? Understand what the teaching here is? If you do, I congratulate you, but because I don't. It's so deep, it's very deep. My understanding to make out of this passage or this sutta is emptiness doesn't mean nothingness. Okay. To me, here the teaching is the word. It's very, one of the word here is very important, is condition. Okay, this is how I make out of the entire passage. Since everything is conditioned, okay, depending on this very body with life as its condition. So if it's conditional composition, then where is this thing? Where is this solidity? Where is this independently existing? Where is this unchanged nature that we can, with the body and mind that we can claim, or the 6th sense sphere? Why do we cling on something that is changing and because of condition arise? So that's how I understand. Any more comment? We'll get to that. Just bear this in mind for the time being, because we still got a lot of such ideas or concepts coming. So let's just keep this for the time being, and then we will try to digest it. Maybe have some sense, make some sense out of it. Shall we take a break at this time? let's do that. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Right now it's 22, say 20, 35. Would that be okay? Is it 15 minutes? What would you think? 30, the 15 minutes, right?
By like 2 minutes, it's okay.
Because when I look at the clock, it's like 22. So if it's 20, then 30, 35 would be the 15. 2 minutes. I miscalculate by 2 minutes. You're right. So let's give us another minute. I was trying to touch the screen with my MacBook. I was like,
It's not working.
it's not working. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I try to open my locker with my car fob, my car key. I said, wait a second.
I need a touchable computer, right? No, I don't need anything. I have enough stuff in the house.
I have one, but like I seldom use it as a touch screen. It just makes the screen all dirty and I get like freaked out about it.
Okay, let's back to sunyata or sunya. Now, sunyata, another definition is like its English translation is emptiness, right? So it's translated mostly as emptiness or void. I don't know about you guys. I kind of doesn't like the word void to explain emptiness. It kind of misleading in a way, because when I look at emptiness, I can see impermanence in there. Void, it's just a personal preference then. Okay, so it's another definition. It's called ontological feature of reality, a meditative state, phenomenological analysis of experience. So for the Theravadan Buddhism, sunyata often refers to the non-self, like anatta. So, and then the nature of 5 aggregates and the 6 sense of spheres. Sunyata is also often, what kind of English is that? Used to refer to meditative state or experience. Now for the Mahayana side, it refers to the tenet that all things are empty of intrinsic existence and nature. Sorry, it's my, we have a door camera that anything, even the wind blows, it will sound. So in the Mahayana side, it may also refer to the Buddha nature. For Theravada Buddhism, we emphasize on anicca, anatta, dukkha. Okay. It's kind of included that the empty nature of all phenomena. Now, Mahayana, they more emphasize on the Buddha nature or the intrinsic existence. But do they mean differently? Not necessary. Okay. It's not necessary they mean differently. It's just from different angle of seeing the same thing and express it in a different way. Okay, and when we go on with the Mahayana Sutras, then we will understand more why, Buddha nature or intrinsic existence that appears over and over and over again. But before we can do that, we have to understand what is intrinsic existence. So both in the Theravada side and also in the Mahayana discourses, they explain or give definitions about the intrinsic nature. I remember reading one of the Nikayas, I don't remember which one, that give descriptions on intrinsic nature. It has to fulfill three things to call it, the non-intrinsic nature. Okay. If a phenomena or something something that process of the intrinsic nature, it has to fulfill three conditions. One, it has to be able to independently existing without condition. That means if my eyeglass has its own nature, unchangeable, intrinsic nature, that means it's not conditionally existing. Okay, but apparently right now I'm holding this glass, my eyeglass up, and it's there. It is independently existing, right? It's something that is individual. It's an individual separate entity, right? But think about that. Without the frame, without the glass, okay? Without people putting it together, without the raw material, would it exist? Can it be independently exist? It cannot, right? So number one definition for intrinsic nature, it has to be, it's just there. Without any additional work to it, without any condition, it is just there. That's number one. Number two, it's unbreakable. But we know that that's not true, right? That is not true. So one of these days, if I drop it right now, it's going to break. So, and then it's not changeable, okay? Of course, it's changeable if I take out the glass and I replace with some sunglass, it's changeable. So all these conditions has to fulfill to define it has an intrinsic nature. It has an unchangeable, all by itself, independently exists without any condition. Okay, so when we talk about emptiness, we're saying that, all phenomena, not only this pair of eyeglass, not only material world, but also biologically, physically, and materially, all these things, all these phenomena do not have an intrinsic nature. Therefore, it is empty in nature. Okay? That makes sense? Okay, good. And then also the Buddha nature, again, is very controversial. If you look at it from the conventional viewpoint, okay, there is a Buddha nature because everybody can become a Buddha by way of practice, right? If not, then why are we here? You know, why do we have to practice? Might as well believe in something else. So that's on the conventional side. Ultimate side, it actually equals to the empty nature of all phenomena. That is the explanation, part of the explanation by Venerable Master Insun. Okay. Emptiness is, Buddha nature is the emptiness of intrinsic nature. That is the factual nature of all phenomena. So those explain those two. Now, I also look up on BuddhaNet translations. So various texts from Venerable Insun's Miao Yun Ji give us all these definitions, like sunyata is the real reality of all worldly existence. I just explained it. The realization of bodhi, bodhi means prajna, and here in this sense, what is the actual meaning of, the literal meaning of bodhi? Bodhi is a Sanskrit word meaning awakening. Okay. So how can we awaken? We need what? We need prajna. Okay. Then sunyata is the skillful means that how do you say that? Disentangle oneself from defilements and unsatisfactoriness. So that's another definition. The realization of sunyata leads to detachment or no attachment and clinging. Okay, so there are some more explanation, and you can see those terms appear in various books or texts from Master Insun's Miao Yun Ji. If you go to like the 3 Essence of Learning Buddhism, if you go to the essence of the Buddha Dhamma, you can find all those terms there. Now, from Nagarjuna, we do not include Nagarjuna in this course, in this class, but he is the expert on emptiness, or sabbat, or swabha. How do you say it? Anybody? Swabhava? I don't know. The intrinsic nature. Okay. This is very difficult for me to, my tongue won't be able to roll that. Nagarjuna's famous verses are here. It's called 8 Negations. I don't know if anybody heard about that. It's neither arising nor ceasing, neither eternal, and annihilation, and how do you say it? And
annihilation.
Annihilation. Oh, thank you. This word I have been trying to pronounce like for the past 16 years, but never success. So neither oneness nor different, neither coming nor going. Okay, those are the 8 famous negation verses. It's very deep. It's not as simple as it appeared to be. But, just bear that in mind. It's going to take another year to explain that. So that's how he defines emptiness. Okay. Though there are, well, I already talked about that, the three characteristics. The permanent, immutable essence, independently existing, unconditioned, absolutely actuality of substance or mentality. So those are the three definitions of intrinsic nature. It is, I was going to say that, it is good to, if not memorize, but at least understand what is emptiness, what is sunyata. So if I were going to give a question on this, I would say at least understand what is intrinsic nature. Okay, and emptiness means the emptiness of, all these definitions of emptiness that you might want to understand a little bit. Okay. I think it's important to do that because we can apply that to almost any of the practice. So that one I would say, yeah, maybe spend a little time, to work on that. Okay, according to Edward Combs, Sunya converts the idea that something which looks like something much is really nothing. So here he's talking about the reality and the appearance here. Okay, and then we will find that in the Diamond Sutra, something is something, but it's not something, therefore it is really something. Okay, if you have read the Diamond Sutra, this kind of, not philosophy, this kind of logic is going to come up from time to time. So he said that, as a spiritual term, emptiness denotes the complete denial, the complete liberation from the world around us and all its aspects along its entire breadth. Okay, and another way, as a technical term, it denotes in Buddhism the absence of any kind of self. And then he listed 3 items, all dhammas are empty in the sense that in their reality, no self can be found, nothing that owns, nothing that belongs. All dhammas are empty in the sense that each one depends so much on others that it is nothing or by itself or in itself. Ultimately, dhammas do not exist as separate entity. If taken quite by itself as unconditioned, a dhamma is void and its own being is empty. So it's just repeating the 3 characteristics of intrinsic nature. So far, any question? We have one more paragraph to go with the introduction on the Prajnaparamita. then let's finish these paragraphs, and then if you like to take a break, we can do that before we go into the 8,000 verses. Okay, I come up with a summary about the Prajna Paramita. The Prajna Paramita is the enlightened quality of transcendental wisdom. It is also the insight and the perfection of understanding. The essence of this paramita is the supreme wisdom, the highest understanding that living being can attain, beyond words and completely free from limitation of mere ideas, concept, or intellectual knowledge. Now, beyond the limited confines of intellectual and conceptual state of mind, we experience the awakened heart of wisdom and compassion, the Prajna Paramita. Prajna Paramita is the supreme wisdom that knows emptiness and the interconnectedness of all things. This boundless wisdom eliminates all false and distorted views of the absolute. We see the essential nature of reality with utmost clarity. Our perception goes beyond elusive and deceptive veil of material existence. With the perfection of wisdom, we develop the ability to recognize the truth behind the temporary display of all appearance. Okay, and Prajna Paramita is a result of contemplation, meditation, right understanding of the true nature. Ultimately, the full realization of Prajna Paramita is that we are not simply a separate self trying to do good, rather, virtuously serving the welfare of all being is simply a natural expression of the awakened heart, so on, okay? Then we completely dissolve all these notions, realize everything as a transparent display of fundamental truth. If our ego is attached even to the discipline of the paramitas, this is incorrect perception, and we are merely going from one extreme to the other. In order to free us from these extremes, we must realize our ego attachment and dissolve all dualistic concepts with the right insight of supreme wisdom. This wisdom transform the other paramitas into their transcendental state as well. So only illumination of supreme wisdom make this possible. This is actually, I put this conclusion together from Venerable Master Insun's discourse. So this gives us some idea of what Prajna Paramita actually was teaching. Here is just some explanations. It's not, just some definition, explanation, introduction. But, it's not in its full picture, I would say, okay? Just some overview and briefing. It's not the entire picture because this is way too profound, at least at my level, to penetrate into at this point of time, or in this life. So do we have any question on this introduction?
I had a question about the last paragraph you just read, the second sentence. If our ego is attached even to the disciplines of these paramitas. Okay, I'm sorry, my mistake. Yeah, I read that as disciples.
Oh,
So yeah,
that too. If we attach to the disciple, it's not a good thing to do. Attachment is attachment. Yeah. So this is talking about the non-self, the emptiness of the self, and the emptiness of all Dhamma, including the Buddha's teaching, the capital Dhamma. Okay. That is why, in the Diamond Sutra, it gives a simile of the it gave a simile about like the raft, remember? The raft. So you're already across to the other side of the river, then, if you're still clinging to the raft. So that's what it means in a sense.
for me, it was just the word choice, not really the concept. I just read it wrong.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think you understand the concept. No question about it. Yeah. So before we go into the next, which is let's see if I can pull that out. The 8,000 verse. This is from the book that I just show you, The Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 lines, not verse, 8,000 lines. In the Chinese translation, it's called 道行般若经. Okay. So I selected some of the sections. I think I select 3. One section from chapter 1 is section number 6. It's called Attainment. Then I selected another chapter, chapter 9, the praise, perfection, chapter 1, 2 sections. 2 sections. I think the entire chapter is only 2 sections, but I'm not 100% sure. So chapter 22, the good friend, another section, because I select those passages because, some of us will be familiar with that. For example, the good friends, we already, some of us, most of us are pretty familiar with that, Remember the Buddha said to Ananda what? The Ananda, good friends are the entire path. Remember that? So when I look at that, I thought, okay, this is actually from part of the Nikaya, okay? We'll find out if that's true or not. I selected the attainment on chapter 1, the practice of knowledge of all mode. It's very similar to part of the Diamond Sutra, part of the Heart Sutra. So we're saying that this sutra, this 8,000 lines are the first, are the earliest, part or the sutra or the discourses of the Prajna side, Bora Jing, okay, the Prajna Sutras. Then if it's the earliest, then remember we have the periods? Okay, so this is the first period, then it spanned, right, from 8,000 lines to like 25,000 lines or verses, some of them are just essays, sentences, but a lot of them are verses. So boom, like expanded it. Then it shrink again to the condensed period. Okay, so we would like to see the original phase as, quoting the Chan saying that, we have to reveal the original phase, right? So let's look at what had been taught, what is the earliest version of the Prajna Sutra. So I choose some of them, but it's also related to the condensed one because it's from there. Okay, so we can sense some similarity, and then we can also identify some differences. So it's a long one. Do we want to separate people to read it? Maybe someone read the chapter 1, someone read chapter 9. 9 is kind of short if it's only 2 sections. I take that back. Medium, and then chapter 22. Do you guys need a break?
Well, we only have about 50 minutes left, so we'll leave that up to you whether or not there's enough time for all that.
Yeah, that's probably, not enough time. So why don't we just go ahead and read those? So, Fran, can you read one section? And then Corey, would you like to read? Or because I cannot see who's on who's on there.
I'm working to open my file, so I could read the second part.
Yeah, I'll read the first, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Then who can read the third one? Kyle, do you mind read the third one?
Yeah, are we still on the PP?
No, PP2.
Okay.
So yeah, the 8,000 lines.
Can you do the third part, Kyle?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, all right. Then we'll start reading, and then we will see how much time we have that we can go through the explanation.
Okay. So, Subhuti, through the Buddha's might, O Lord, moreover, a bodhisattva setting out on this journey does not approach the goal of full bodhisattvahood from any beginning, nor any ending, nor from any middle either. Bodhisattvas are as boundless as form, feeling, perception, impulse, and consciousness are boundless. One does not approach any idea such as a bodhisattva's is form, etc. This also does not exist and is not apprehended. Thus, in each and every way, neither do I get at any of the dharmas which constitute a bodhisattva, nor do I see any dharma which the word bodhisattva denotes. Perfect wisdom also is neither seen nor got at. All knowledge also neither is seen nor got at. As in each and every way, these dharmas are neither seen nor apprehended. What dharma does one instruct and admonish through what dharma? And in what dharma? Buddha, Bodhisattva, perfect wisdom. All these are mere words. What things being such as this denotes is something uncreated. It is as with any self or notion hereof. Although we speak of it a self, yet absolutely any self is something uncreated. Since herein all dharmas are without own being, what is form, etc., which cannot be seized and which is something uncreated. Thus, any fact, such as all dharmas are without own being, is the same as any fact that these are uncreated. Yet, non-creation of any and all dharmas differs from these dharmas. How do I instruct and admonish non-creation in perfect wisdom, which is also non-creation? and yet one cannot apprehend as other than uncreated all dharmas, regardless whether these are thought of as unconstituting a Buddha or a Bodhisattva, or one marching to enlightenment. If any Bodhisattva, as this is being taught, is not afraid, one can know this Bodhisattva. This great being courses in perfect wisdom, develops, investigates, and meditates on and as such. At such a time as a Bodhisattva investigates these dharmas in perfect wisdom, at such a time one does not approach form and other skandhas, nor go to any of these, nor does one review any production of form, etc., nor any stopping. For non-production of form, etc., it is not form. Any non-passing away of form, etc., is not form, etc. Non-production and form are not two. Thus, bodhisattvas investigate in perfect wisdom any and all dharmas and any and all modes as such may merely indicate, yet one does not at any time approach form, feeling, perception, impulse, or consciousness. Sariputra, as I understand the teachings of the Venerable Subhuti, a bodhisattva, also in non-produced, yet as a bodhisattva is non-produced. How does one go on this difficult pilgrimage, and how can one possibly endure any experience of suffering which one is said to undergo for the sake of beings? Subhuti, I do not look for bodhisattva going on any difficult pilgrimage. In any case, one coursing in perception of difficulties is not a bodhisattva. One generating a perception of difficulties is unable to work the wheel of countless beings. On the contrary, one forms the notion of ease. One forms this notion of all beings, whether men or women, or one's parents and children, and thus one goes on a pilgrimage of a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva identifies all beings with one's parents or children, yes, even with one's own self, like this. As I myself aspire to be quite free from all sufferings, just so all beings aspire to be quite free from all sufferings. In addition, regarding all beings, one forms the notion, I do not desert all these beings. I aspire to set these free from any measureless heap of sufferings, and I do not produce towards any a thought of hate. Even though I might be dismembered 100 times, it is thus a bodhisattva lifts up one's heart. As one dwells as one whose heart is this way, one neither courses nor dwells as one perceiving difficulties, and further a bodhisattva produces the thought. As in each and every way, a self does not exist and so not go at. So in each and every way, all dharmas do not exist and are not got at. Such a one applies this notion to all dharmas, inside and outside. As one dwells as one whose heart is as such, one neither courses nor dwells as one perceiving difficulties. But as the Venerable Sariputra said, non-produced is the bodhisattva. Indeed, it is so. Non-produced is any bodhisattva. Sariputra, further, is just a bodhisattva non-produced, or dharmas also which constitute one. Subhuti, dharmas which constitute a bodhisattva are also non-produced. Sariputra, are only dharmas which constitute a bodhisattva non-produced, or also any state of all knowledge? Subhuti, any state of all knowledge is also non-produced. Sariputra, is just the state of all knowledge non-produced, or also any and all dharmas which constitute it? Subhuti, dharmas which constitute all knowledge are also non-produced. Sariputra, are just dharmas which constitute all knowledge non-produced, or also any common people? Subhuti, any common people are also non-produced. Sariputra, are just any common people non-produced, or also dharmas which constitute these. Subhuti. Dharmas which constitute any common people are also non-produced. Sariputra. If, Venerable Subhuti, the Bodhisattva is non-produced, and also dharmas which constitute one as such, and also the state of all knowledge, and also dharmas which constitute this, and also any common people, and also dharmas which constitute these, surely the state of all knowledge is reached by Bodhisattva without any exertion. Subhuti. I do not wish for any attainment of any unproduced dharma, nor reunion with one. Further, does one attain an unproduced attainment through unproduced dharma? Sariputra. So is unproduced attainment got at through unproduced dharma or through produced dharma? Subhuti. Is unproduced dharma produced or unproduced? Sariputra. Is production a dharma which is non-production, or is non-production dharma which is production? Subhuti. To talk of production as non-production dharma is non-intelligible. Sariputra. To talk of non-production is also not intelligible. Subhuti. Non-production is just talk. Non-production just appears before the mind's eye. Non-production is just a flash in the mind. Absolutely, it is nothing more. Sariputra. In the first rank of preachers of Dharma should the Venerable Subhuti be placed, for in whatever way he may be questioned, he finds a way out. He does not swerve from the correct teaching about true nature of Dharma, and he does not contradict true nature of Dharma. Subhuti. This is the Lord's absolute, the essence of disciples, without any support. So in whatever way these are questioned, these find a way out. Do not contradict true nature of dharmas, nor depart from such. This is such as this, as these do not rely on any dharmas. Sariputra. Well said, Subhuti. And what is the perfection of the bodhisattvas which allow these to not lean on any dharmas? Subhuti. Perfection of wisdom, beneficial to all the three vehicles, is also perfection which allows these to not lean on any dharma, due to its showing all dharmas have no support and can thus give none. As any bodhisattva remains unafraid, as this deep perfection of wisdom is being taught, one can know such a one is adjusted to perfection of wisdom, and one is not lacking in the attention to true facts about dharmas. Sariputra. How is it a bodhisattva does not lack in attention being adjusted to perfect wisdom? For if a bodhisattva is not lacking in attention, one automatically lacks an adjustment to perfection of wisdom. And if one does not lack an adjustment to perfection of wisdom, one is lacking in attention. But if in a bodhisattva, the two facts that one is not lacking in attention and one is not lacking in dwelling in perfection of wisdom belong together, then all beings also not being lacking in dwelling in perfection of wisdom, because these also dwell not lacking in attention. Subhuti. Well said, and yet I must reprove you. Although the Venerable Sariputra has taken hold of the matter correctly as far as the words are concerned, one knows attention is without one being in the same way in which beings are without own being. Attention has no real existence in the same way in which beings have no real existence. Attention is isolated in the same way in which beings are isolated. Attention is unthinkable in the same way in which beings are unthinkable. Acts of mental attention do not undergo any process which leads to enlightenment in the same way in which beings do not undergo any process. Acts of attention do not in any real sense undergo any process which leads to enlightenment in any more than beings do. It is through attention of such character as this I wish a bodhisattva, a great being, may dwell in this dwelling.
Thank you, Frank.
Here you go. Chapter 9, Praise. Perfect wisdom, perfectly pure. Shibhuti. To call this perfect wisdom, O Lord, is merely giving this a name, and what this name corresponds to cannot be got at. One speaks of a name with reference to any merely nominal entity. Even perfection of wisdom cannot be found or got at. Insofar as this is a word, insofar is this perfect wisdom. Insofar as this is perfect wisdom, insofar this is a word. No duality of dharmas between these two can either be found or got at. For what reason does Maitreya, the Bodhisattva, the great being, as he wins the supreme enlightenment, preach just this very same perfection of wisdom at this very spot of earth in just these same words? The Lord. The reason is Maitreya will give cause to this fading away of any and all obscurations to his understanding, fully enlightened. The fact that these skandhas are neither permanent nor impermanent, for such are neither bound nor freed, as these are absolutely pure. Shibhuti. Perfectly pure indeed is perfection of wisdom. The Lord. Perfect wisdom is perfectly pure as any and all skandhas are pure, and so, due to non-production, are perfectly pure. Their non-stopping, their non-defilement, and their non-purification. This is pure as space is pure, and skandhas are stainless. And any defiling forces cannot in truth take hold of such as these. Perfect wisdom is perfectly pure, for, like space or an echo, such is unutterable, incommunicable, and offers no basis for apprehension. Such is perfectly pure as being not covered by any dharma, either stained or stainless. Effects of perfect wisdom. Shibhuti. It is indeed a great gain to these sons and daughters of good families such as these, even come to hear of such perfection of wisdom. How much greater the gain as these take up, bear in mind, recite, study, spread, teach, explain, and master this. Their eyes, ears, nose, tongues, and bodies come to be free from disease, and their minds free from stupefaction. These do not die in any violent death. May thousands of gods follow closely behind. Whenever on the 8th, 14th, and 15th day one talks Dharma, any son or daughter of good family teaches perfection of wisdom. So here as well, one begets a great deal of merit. The Lord. So it is, Shibhuti. Many thousands of gods, Shibhuti, follow closely behind this son or daughter of good family, and many thousands of gods come to this place as perfect wisdom is being elucidated and revealed. Desirous of hearing Dharma, these, all of these, protect any preacher of Dharma who teaches perfection of wisdom to any with right intentions and the propensity to listen and learn. For perfect wisdom is most precious in the world with its gods, beings, and asuras. This also is a reason why such a person begets a different type of merit than any which might be considered as great merit. On the other hand, here also are many obstacles to this deep perfection of wisdom being written, taken up, borne in mind, recited, studied, spread, developed, explained, and repeated. For very precious things provoke much hostility. The more excellent such teachings are, the more violent the hostility. But this is most precious in entire world systems. This perfection of wisdom which is being undertaken for the benefit and happiness of these worlds by showing all dharmas as being neither produced nor destroyed, neither defiled nor purified. And perfect wisdom does not cling to any dharma, nor defile any dharma, nor take hold of any dharma. Any and all dharmas neither exist nor are any got at. As it is not apprehended, perfection of wisdom is without any stain. To be free from stains is the same thing as perfect wisdom, and it is the same thing such as skandhas are free from stains as perfect wisdom is without any stain. A bodhisattva courses in perfect wisdom if one does not perceive even this, for beyond perception and concepts is perfect wisdom. Moreover, this perfection of wisdom neither enters nor places anything like itself into any dharma, neither reveals nor defines any dharma, and neither brings in any dharma nor carries it away. Kyle.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Chapter 22, The Good Friend. A bodhisattva which sets out with earnest intention from the very beginning tends, loves, and honors good friends. Subhuti. Who are these good friends of a bodhisattva? The Lord. The Buddhas and Lords, and also the irreversible bodhisattvas who are skillful in the bodhisattva course, and which instruct and admonish one in the perfections, who demonstrate and expound perfection of wisdom. The perfection of wisdom in particular is regarded as a bodhisattva's good friend. All the 6 perfections, in fact, are good friends of a bodhisattva. These are one's teachers, one's path, light, torch, illumination, one's shelter, refuge, place of rest, one's final relief, island, mother, father, and these lead one to this sublime revealing of undifferentiated awareness, and this inherent pure cognition herein, to understanding, to full enlightenment. For it is in these perfections, this perfection of wisdom is accomplished. Simply from the 6 perfections is revealed all knowledge of Tathagatas, which in a period which stands completely clear of time, as it is known for these triple worlds, come to realize full enlightenment and enter nirvana. And also the all knowledge of Tathagatas, which in all periods of these 3 times simultaneously realize enlightenment. And so these Tathagatas which now reside in incalculable, immeasurable, infinite, inconceivable world systems. I also, Subhuti, am a Tathagata, which in this present period is revealing full enlightenment, and reveal also this all knowledge coming forth from these 6 perfections. For the 6 perfections contain the 37 dhammas, which act as wings to enlightenment. These contain 4 Brahma dwellings, 4 means of conversion, and any Buddha Dharma whatsoever, any Buddha cognition, cognition of the self-existent, any unthinkable, incomparable, immeasurable, incalculable, unequaled cognition, any cognition which equals the unequaled, any cognition of all knowing. So, Subhuti, simply the 6 perfections of any bodhisattva are known as one's good friends. These are the one's teachers, etc. Too. These lead one to cognition, to understanding, to full enlightenment. In addition, a bodhisattva which trains in these 6 perfections is a true benefactor to all beings which are in need of one. But as one wants to train in these 6 perfections, a bodhisattva must above all hear this perfection of wisdom, take it up, bear it in mind, recite, study, spread, demonstrate, expound, explain, and write of this and about this, and investigate this profound meaning, content, and method, meditate on this, and ask questions regarding this. For this perfection of wisdom directs these 6 perfections, guides, leads, instructs, and advises these. This is their generic and nurse. Because if these 6 perfections are deprived of the perfection of wisdom, the first 5 perfections do not come under any concept of perfections, and these are not called perfections. As a bodhisattva trains in just this perfection of wisdom, one comes to reveal a state which in such one cannot be led astray by others, and stands naturally and firmly in this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Are these texts or these passages self-explanatory? You know, do we need to go in and each one of them and maybe, you know, explore what the meanings are? Does it sound familiar, some of the passage compared to the Heart Sutra and also to the Diamond Sutra? One thing I want to point out is Carl just read the 22, the good friends. So in our mind, you know, when we look at the good friends as a title, when I first look at it, I was like, oh, okay, this is comparable to the Nikaya when Ananda went to the Buddha and asked, you know, and say that, you know, I just find out good friends are part of the path, but the Buddha told him that, you know, no, Ananda, good friends are the entire path of liberation or, practice. So when I look at the title, I was thinking about that. But when we read into the content of the passage, it reveals two things as far as I understand. One, it talks about the Prajnaparamita, right? Second, it talks about, who are the skillful, the Buddhist, the skillful for the Bodhisattva to practice. Okay, so it talk about the skillfulness, and it talk about the 6 perfections, which are the paramitas. So let's see. Problem is, we have only about like 20 some minutes to go into it. So I rather, at this point of time, after we listen to our friends reading, is there anything come up to the mind at this point that we need further explanation? Any question? My question is any question.
I do have a question on chapter 9.
Okay, good.
I didn't understand talking about the skandhas being without stain. I haven't heard them described that way.
Okay. Very good. The description on here is that perfect wisdom is perfectly pure as any, and all skandhas are pure due to non-production. Perfectly pure, they're non-stopping, they're non-defiled. We know that the skandhas are defiled, because if the skandha is pure and non-defiled, then we will be liberated, right? So why is it here saying that they are non-defiled? Let's look at the question. So Shibudi said that to call this perfect wisdom is merely, this is a name. The name correspond to cannot be got at. So if we call this skandha the skandha, it's a skandha then. Okay. So if skandha is just a name, here is at another level. It's not at the conventional level anymore. At the ultimate level, if you want to pinpoint something that is defined, something is not defined, something is pure, something is not pure. Again, here, we are trying to make judgments. Okay, this is just like in the Diamond Sutra. If you call something like a human lifespan, how do I say Chinese? I know, and a sign or not, or even not a sign. You're naming something. You're putting a label there. So in the mind, we're saying that something actually exists. It's okay at the conventional level, okay? We know that, you know, we have to do something before we get to the other level. So my understanding is like, if we start to label and name and, you know, think that something really exists, then that means, you know, we are caught into this view, caught into this sign. So it is trying to get us out of, you know, think outside the box. Okay. That's how I understand it. So, and then it, on the next paragraph, it says effects of perfect wisdom. It kind of explained it a little bit more to what does it mean. My interest here on these passages is like, when we look at the, you know, from the Theravada sign, there are 10 disciples of the Buddha, 10 great disciples of the Buddha that's supposed to be, well, they even named by the Buddha, you know, the master of like Kachana exposition of the Dhamma. So Buddha is supposed to the master of wisdom, right? And now here, he is, you know, disapproved by who? Subhuti. And Subhuti is the master of explaining emptiness. And prajna, paramita, not paramita, the prajna side of it is to realize what is emptiness. So even with the highest wisdom, may not necessarily understand or realize what is emptiness. So here is the point that it's very interesting. In Diamond Sutra, we have the conversation between the Buddha and Subhuti, right? So, but then a person, a practitioner like Sariputra, you know, the noble one, is going to, you know, it's being disapproved by somebody who actually can master the emptiness. So it is very interesting. So about the Skanda side, the other key person is Maitreya and the Buddha, right? And the Buddha actually explaining, because Maitreya, we know that he's one of the great bodhisattva. The Buddha also explained, you know, why do we have to perceive something that he knows it's not pure, because the skandhas are not pure, it's defiled, that is actually pure. So it's from a different perception of you know, explaining how or what are actually, you know, lacking with the practitioners. But we will go into that in more detail, if not line by line explanation, but at least let's explore it, you know, in more detail. Would that work, Jeff?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. So it really takes time to explain this. I'm afraid that if I rush into it, then, you know, may not be clear enough. So I'm going to reserve that for the first thing when we meet again. It's very interesting. But in the meantime, you know, if you can do some research and do some explanation, and then we'll compare notes the next time. How about that?
Sounds like a plan.
Good, thank you. So any questions, you know, let's raise the questions and then we will do research on that.
Is it okay to ask a question about material we've covered so far?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm still trying to get a handle on the developmental nature of the Mahayana Suttas. Does that mean that there's who all is the authority for being able to officially develop, I guess, the development of the sutras, and then also can they still be developed today? I mean, has there been recent developments in the sutras, or is that like pretty much locked in? Or I guess I'm just not clear on that. So
okay, developmental. If you read the book that I just show you, you know, but sorry that, you know, I have to refer to that book, even though it's not in, there is no English version of it. But there, if you search online for developmental Mahayana Sutra, developmental process, it will give you some information. Even in India itself, it's not, that is why, think about that, okay? We start with the Nikaya. Almost, you know, the next thing with the schism of the Sangha, then what comes up? Madhyamika. So somebody is trying to interpret what the Buddha taught. The first schism comes in the first 100 years, you know, nobody say anything. So everybody follow the sutta, follow the Vinaya, follow whatever explained by the great disciples, the Abhidhamma, okay? So that was, it's okay. But at 100 years, when the schism, when the second assembly comes out, it's, you know, there are bound to be arguments, agreements, disagreements that come up, people trying to learn, interpret, or even practice what the Buddha taught. So that is why second assembly or second council, there is different ideas. Okay, why is it different ideas? Because the elder said, okay, Ananda chant this, and we follow the elder stream, and then yes, 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 yes. Okay, the four Nikayas, the Vinayas, the Abhidhammas. But then another group, especially the young monastic or Sangha community, come out and say that, hey, you know, my master also learned, you know, 100 years, you think about at least, you know, 2 generations, right? Hey, my master learned from the Buddha also. Why didn't we be included in the first council? Okay, and then here is what the Buddha taught. So it come up with the interpretation of Madhyamika, interpretation, the school of Madhyamika. It come up with the Yogacara. And can you call that developmental?
you know, I don't know, but this explains what I'm getting is it seems there's a significant portion of monastic politics involved here. Hopefully it's not an oversimplification. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to explain is you cannot say that it's not developmental. But being that said, a very strict condition, it has to match perfectly with the Dhamma seals. Then we can call it, yes, it is a discourse of the Buddha. Because Buddha himself said, I only teach, you know, things that leads to ending the suffering towards liberation by these ways. Okay, if somebody can realize dukkha, anicca, anatta, it's going to enter nibbana. Anything that is without, not within this scope, don't tell me it's my, anybody, it's my teaching. Okay, so it's not somebody and go in and say, okay, you can do this, you can do that, and then you said that, this part of the teaching of the Buddha, you cannot do that. Okay, that is why one of the thing, and this is Theravada won't accept. Okay, Mahayana Buddhism, there is one sutra. It's called the Platform Sutra. It's from who? From Huineng, the sixth patriarch, and it's considered a sutra, right? So I think Venerable Master Insun mentioned the word developmental. It's not who or what or when or, First, people have to understand how to interpret it based on their faculty. Don't forget that. It's based on their own faculty. Right or wrong, we can ask the Buddha when we are there. But it has to be fall within this scope, this requirements, fulfill all these requirements. If we read the sutras, that is why Venerable Master Insun said that, okay, you said that it's pure land, you said that this is lotus, you said that this is flower ornament. Where is the Four Noble Truths? Where is the 37 perfection of enlightenment? Where is the 12 links of depending origination? How can we match this with anicca, anatta, and dukkha? Okay, so he's been doing that. He's been doing that the entire life. He's not trying to degrade anyone or any kind of teaching. He's trying to see that let's trace back to the root. Now, if we can do that, if we can trace it back to the root, it's just the more reason that I pick out these passages, because when we see Heart Sutra, when we read the Diamond Sutra, where did it come from? Right? The developmental, it's not creation. It's more connection. It's more rediscovering. And it's more linking back. Okay? It's not like, I want to create something out of the blue. No. It's based on the root, and we expand, and we explain. Okay? It has to trace back to the original teaching of the Buddha. So that's what I understand, what Master Insun, why he said that, developmental. And he has proofs, okay? He does have proofs. So, but do we want to go into that? Probably not. First of all, personally, I don't have the capability. Okay, his knowledge, his entire life. He lived till 100 years old. At his 90 years old, he's still writing books about, the Dhamma. So.
Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome. I'm glad that you bring that up.
You're welcome.
Any other comment? that we should address? Because, you know, really want to make it a little bit clearer if it's, you know, if it's not 100%. But when we read Master Insun's book, you are just, you know, doing a diving into the great ocean, so deep and so profound. Sometimes, you know, I myself, I'm talking about myself, you know, able to get lost in there, because even one small sentence that means a lot, means a lot. But consider we are all blessed because we have this opportunity to come in contact with such, you know, great Dharma, great teaching. But I really appreciate you guys' support and help. Any question? Any more comment? We will explore this next time we meet in a week after, right? So, but then in the meantime, if you have time, no pressure. If you have time, you know, maybe do a little bit of research and how to match it up, because, you know, the essence, remember, expand, shrink, there is a reason to come to that two very important, popular, mostly circulated sutra, the Heart Sutra and the Diamond Sutra. There is a reason to it, okay? Because when we look at the vast volumes of the Prajna Sutras, it's flipping the pages already makes my hand hurt. Not even reading it, it's just flipping. So, yeah. And please do not hesitate to make comments. I might not have, you know, all the answers. I will try to research it if I don't have the answer and try to, you know, post it as much as possible. I think we can call it a day today, or you want to discuss anything? We have about 5 minutes. We are, you know, I'm a little bit behind. You know, we are a little bit behind because my intention is to finish this 8,000 line today, but I think it's okay because, you know, we rather do it clearly instead of rushing, you know, just rush over it. So if you present the 8,000, don't forget this is a Mahayana Sutra, okay? If we present this 8,000 to a Theravada practitioner, they might not agree. Why? Because, you know, Sariputta is such a high up there, you know, he attended Arahantship, which is the highest that, you know, other than the Buddha, that, you know, people can attain the level. So you can sense a little bit of the differences between the Mahayana and also the Theravada. But that's okay. When we come to the Lotus Sutra, everybody has embraced it. It's all in there. So maybe we end today. Any question? Any more comment?
Thank you, Caddy.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Say hello.
Caddy.
Yes? Somebody call me?
Say hello to Chill.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Caddy, I'll tell you how to adjust your Ring video doorbell so you don't get so many
notices. I know one way to do is to, you know, go to just put my phone somewhere else.
Well, they
if you go into settings, you can block out certain areas.
Oh.
And lately they've been beta testing, and I've signed up for it, that it only alerts you when it detects people instead of just movement.
Oh, that's good. Because when the tree blows, you know, when the wind blows, the tree kind of waving around, a car drove by, then it rings, even at the bark of a dog. It kind of like, it's very strange.
Thank you, Caddy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody stay safe. Don't go out if not necessary. Drink a lot of water. Get a lot of sleep.
All
Okay,
good
thank
advice.
you.
All good
Yeah.
advice.
Thank
Stay
you
safe.
all.
Thank you,
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Thank you, Shifu. Hopefully I'll see somebody sometime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Bye, everybody.
Now I'm lost somewhere.